Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm awake.
Barely.
How are you?
Time to get up. It's 10 a.m. in the morning. Let's go.
Good
No,
morning.
really. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing in the chat?
No, I'm awake. If you're looking for a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, go find a squirrel.
I have a lot of squirrels outside, and I'm telling you, they're a pain. A pain.
Robin!
Hey, Robin.
Here. Let's say good morning to some people that are in the chat. And guys, we're talking about witches.
Good morning, chat people.
Witches.
Witches.
All right. Okay, let's see. We got Papa Smurf Tinka Shop in the house. Hi, Papa Smurf. Good morning. Mwah. Good morning, dear. And we got Just Kim. Good morning, Kim. How are you, honey? Mwah. Thank you for coming in. And we have Stephen. Good morning, Stephen. Thank you for coming in. And we got Robin. Hey, Robin, Devin, and the boys. How are you? Mwah, 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 mwah. 4 kisses for you guys. Who else? That's it so far.
Wasn't that
We
3?
3, but there's 12 people in here, so they're just
no, you
lurking.
said 4 kisses for you guys, but you did 3.
I did 3?
Yeah.
Mwah!
Tomorrow we're going to teach Susanna colors.
And then we have Geezer, Ken. Hey, good morning, honey.
Robin, she wants different perspectives from different people, and you're a different perspective. That's all.
That's right. And Gumpa Bill, good morning.
He needs a wrench. Good morning, Gumpa.
He needs a wrench. What do you mean he needs a wrench?
Gumpa doesn't have a wrench. He's good people's. He definitely needs a wrench.
I'm going.
Kathy, welcome back home.
Hold on. Ah.
It poured the entire time. That sucks, Kathy.
Just Kim said everyone saw that. Susanna remembered me and threw me a kiss.
Yeah.
Is it a holiday?
Stop it. Of course. I always remember you.
Morning, Amber.
Kathy Music. Hey, honey. How are you? Mwah. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you all had a great week. Back from the south and happy to be home. But man, did we have rain. Really. Just
it's still raining.
The entire time we were there. Don't worry, it was amazing. Oh, I hope you had fun. Oh, nice to have you back. I'm sure you're happy to be home.
It's still raining.
Aww. Yes, I did remember you, and I did throw you kisses, and I'll throw you kisses all the time. Good morning, Amber. I hope you're home safe, honey. I hope you had a good time. And I did, but had a ball with the boys and their wives. Awesome. That's always amazing. Always love it. Love making memories. It is me.
The bubble is different because she doesn't have a bubble. She has the block.
I got the block. I didn't want the bubble. I wanted it to be mysterious. So, guys, all right. There's 14 people in here. Let's go. Hey, Donna. Good morning, Donna. Good morning. Good morning, sweetie. All right. So, and guys, if you have any questions, put it in the chat because I will read off your questions as well. I know it's all, well, everyone jokes. I know it's a joke. You still want Portuguese soup. Well, yeah, I'm not that far. You need to drive down to my house. I already told you that. Come visit, and I'll make you Portuguese.
I thought you were just saying it. Never mind. I'm not fully awake yet.
Oh.
She did just cackle. You didn't miss that.
I did.
She did.
Well, it's appropriate for this morning's talk.
No. That's a Halloween make-believe witch.
Oh, make believe. So that leads us into a question. I want to know, what's the difference between a white witch and a dark witch?
Come to the dark side, Susanna. We have cookies. We might even be able to work up some brownies for you.
Really? So the dark side, you're telling me they have goodies.
Okay. However, there's a lot more than just white and dark, or light, as you said, and dark, and good and dark.
And good and
There's
bad.
so much more.
It follows along the lines of human nature. It's all in the intent of what you're doing. So if you intent harm, then that's what you're doing. There's no white, black, anything in the practice itself. It's what your intent is. So when someone says a white witch or a black witch or whatever, that's bullshit.
Lots of gray areas.
Yeah.
You could be a dark witch and not be bad.
So
Most witches don't like labels.
Yeah.
So can I ask you, is witch the correct terminology? Because I don't want to disrespect anyone.
If you're talking about a witch, then yes.
So what makes someone a witch?
What they practice. You can have pagans that are not witches, and you can have witches that are pagan. There are also Christian witches, and I mean
You
there.
have people that believe in Wicca and people that don't believe in Wicca that are witches.
Okay. That brings me to a question. What is pagan?
Pagan is anyone that follows multiple gods and honors nature for the most part. All Wiccans are pagan, but not all pagans are Wiccan. It's a big disclaimer. Wicca is one branch under the umbrella term of paganism. There are so many different things that are listed under paganism. It just means that you don't believe in like one God, and that you try and orient your way of life, your thinking towards nature. A lot of environmentalists are pagan. Not the ones that blow things up, but the ones that, actually try and do some good. So we don't like people wrecking the
Being
planet.
wicked is also considered a religious base.
Well, technically all paganism is religious based or spiritual based. But there are some people that think Wicca is a very ancient belief, and it's not. It was created in the late 50s.
1950s?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, by Gerald Gardner.
So, read Kathy's question here. So, do we learn to be a witch? Meaning, like when someone sees into the future, whatnot, I think they are born with abilities. Are witches born with abilities?
Not all witches are born with abilities. A lot of people that do have abilities that have foresight or precog or whatever, they tend to veer towards that because other religions frown on it. And pagan spiritual paths are more open-minded to different things in the long run. I mean, there are a lot of open-minded Christians, don't get me wrong, but the Christian, Jewish, monotheistic religions are more closed-minded to supernatural or outside of the normal abilities or gifts. But no, and you can learn to be a witch.
Yes.
You don't have to be born one. You can learn.
You can decide in your 50s, this religion I've been following the past 50 years is not me. I'd like to look into different and decide to become a witch.
Mm-hmm.
So, she's asking a question
because
that
someone can see into the future doesn't mean they're a witch.
No.
That just want to make sure that it's put out there.
But let me ask you, like, what we see on TV. Okay, what I'm gonna say what I see on TV.
Mm-hmm.
People that move things, twinkle the nose, and I know that those are all like TV things. But can people be people are born with some power like that?
There are actually people that can move objects. They're not overly documented, and most people usually say they're fakes, but it has been known to happen. It's not like they can make something fly across the room. They can move it a little bit. And there are some people that have really strong intuition, like they know when people are lying, or when I have that. I call it my natural bullshit detector. Which is why John never got away with anything, because I always knew when he was lying. Different gifts manifest in different ways, and you can be naturally born with them. There are ways with dedicated meditation that you can actually open parts of your brain up to that. It takes a long time though.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, not every pagan is a witch, and you don't have to be a witch to be spiritual, to be in. I mean, you don't even have to be a witch to be Wiccan. The witch part of it is more doing spells, which is just another form of sending energy. It's the same thing as prayer. That's where they got prayer from, along with the incense and the candles and everything else. And of course, enter the cat. So everything can be learned, and you have to, just like with everything else, you have to filter what you're learning, because there are a lot of books and things, especially online, that are wackadoodle crap that don't really apply to anything. And if you're not finding satisfaction or fulfillment in the religion you're in, explore and study other paths. Don't just jump into a new one. Just learn about different ones. I told my kids to do that when they were little. I let them explore whatever they wanted to explore. My son is an atheist now. Not really sure what the girls are, but it's up to them.
So this is a question for me.
Okay.
My question. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. But I also believe in other things too.
Mm-hmm.
Does that, because I question it myself, like, how could, you have religion that tells you, no, this is the way it is. This you cannot believe or follow or whatever because it's not right. Am I wrong?
No. I mean, do I believe Jesus was a real person? Hell yeah, I think he was a hell of a witch too. I mean, think about it. He was the original hippie, you know what I mean? And yeah, sandals, robes, long hair, all that crap, if that was accurate. What you have to remember, though, is that the Bible and the stories about Jesus and all of that was written 700 years after he was dead.
By a whole bunch of white men.
By a whole bunch of white men. And then it was revised, I don't know how many times. I mean, hundreds of times. And in certain times, there was a lot of anti-female sentiment. So that's why a lot of, the only women in the Bible is either the Virgin Mother, whores, or slaves, or servants. There was no independent women in the Bible whatsoever. But you know damn well there were independent women in the world, but they weren't written about. They tried to keep women in a subservient role.
And when they were independent, they were crazy.
Yeah, and most of the healers were women. And that's why if anything went wrong, they blamed them, called them a witch, and then tried to kill them. So, Yep, Amber, exactly. It was rewritten. Well, I think it was written originally in a man's perspective too, but we don't know because we don't have the originals. So
the originals are at the
Vatican, and they're not sharing.
No. No.
There's probably a good reason they're not sharing. So I mean, Christianity and Catholicism, Catholic religions, they control with fear. You know, you need to fear your God. Don't do anything wrong or you go to hell.
Me and Cody would both love to get our hands on those books, Kim,
Probably.
if we don't already have them or haven't seen
And yeah, when I was a kid, that whole why if God is so benevolent and God is so good, why am I supposed to be afraid? I don't understand. So that, you know, even when I was a kid, I got kicked out of Sunday school when I was 9 because I told my Sunday school teacher her uncle was a monkey because she was trying to drill the whole God created man type of thing. And I'm like, and I was learning evolution in school at the time. So they conflicted with each other. And being 9, I was very vocal.
That's where I first started to question religion when I learned about evolution.
Evolution, right?
Yeah,
right. Because you're bringing that science part of it, and you're bringing religion, and a lot of it just don't make sense.
yeah.
Well,
Right.
even in the Bible, they talk about the land of Nod, that Adam and Eve's children found their spouses in the land of Nod. Well, where did all those people come from if God created Adam and Eve first?
Right.
There had to have already been people, you know? So it just, none of it made sense. And then I was 10 or 11, and everybody from my class, well, everybody in the church got pulled up and they asked them to bring their kids. So I got dragged back to church and they did a whole documentary. They showed the whole Jim Jones thing.
Who's
in
Jim
Guyana.
Jones?
Guyana, he was a cult leader. He said he was Jesus reborn and had all these people that were believing him, and everybody drank arsenic in Kool-Aid, including feeding it to babies, and they all died except for Jim Jones. He was never found. They killed a politician that went there to check out rumors that things weren't right, and the fact that they used religion to do what they did, you know, it bothered me, and I don't know. I just started exploring other things, and I did first start with Wicca. That was my starter religion, and I moved beyond that eventually. But I did start with Wicca as the pagan religion because it was the one that there was the most information on at the time. So yeah, the Jim Jones tragedy was horrible.
So, why are witches associated with Halloween?
Just over the years.
Yeah.
All Hallows Eve. It's not a holiday. It wasn't. It's a day of. Cody has better words than I do, but it's not.
It is actually a pagan holiday. It's Samhain. It's when the veil between the worlds is thinnest, when you can communicate with the dead the best. And well, we'll just say that the majority religions like to use anything they can to scare people away from the alternate religions. So they would scare people with the whole witch thing and try to get them.
Ghosts and goblins and monsters.
And how did Halloween start? Do you know?
Halloween started actually I believe in the Celtic areas. And they used to leave food outside for relatives that had passed or just passing spirits that would come to visit, because that way, if it was a negative spirit, something that was not positive, they would just eat the food and go on their way, you know. Or if it was a relative, they would have a meal out there for them. Jack-o'-lanterns were used to scare away bad spirits, things like that. So yeah, it just kind of evolved from there. But you know, they didn't really trick or treat in those countries until very recently, in past like 30 or 40 years. It was actually a religious holiday there.
Yeah. So Kathy says, what is Wicca versus witchcraft?
Wicca is a religion and witchcraft is a spiritual path. It's a craft. A lot of people will use a lot of tools in witchcraft, and you have an intensive purpose when you do witchcraft. Like doing a spell, you have, just like with prayer, there's an intent where you're sending the energy to. And Wicca is a religion, it's a spiritual mindset.
Can a witch
Mhm.
cause a curse?
Yeah,
They can curse you.
I believe
just
so.
like anybody else could.
Yes.
It's all about negative energy.
Can another witch undo that curse?
If they're strong enough. And by strong enough, I mean if they can manifest enough energy to counteract whatever energy has gone into a spell or a curse, then yes, they can. But they have to be able to yeah, okay. They have to be able to manifest that higher level of energy.
Do you
That's put it in the religion aspect, haha, of being like the exorcisms. You know, only a priest of such power can exorcise someone who's been
Right.
possessed. Same goes for witchcraft. If you have the right intent, if you have the right power, if you have enough knowledge.
So Kim is asking, okay, will be serious question. Is there a way to know if a Wicca cast spell on a person, would the other person know?
If they're sensitive to energy coming at them, then yes. If they're not sensitive to it, then no, they would never know. Although someone who's Wicca, who's Wiccan, wouldn't cast on somebody. They wouldn't cast on a person. Because Wicca is oriented towards fluffy goodness and butterflies and rainbows and things like that and do no harm.
Exactly.
And by doing a spell on somebody, unless, like, say it's, I ask for a spell to be done on me, like, can you do a spell on me for good luck or whatever? Like, but if they do a spell on somebody else, you're interfering with their free will, and that's considered harm. So anybody that's Wiccan would not do that. So if they do it, they're not Wiccan. Tell them to fuck off. Oh, tell them to go to hell. Sorry.
That's where you get into dark, satanic magic.
Well, Satanism is the other coin of Christianity, so it's not pagan.
Right. But they consider themselves witches and witchcraft.
Would one know if they were cursed?
And in a true good witch and spiritual witch, they don't recognize them as being witches.
So what is the difference of exactly what Kathy just said? One would know if they were cursed versus thinking they are having bad luck.
You wouldn't unless you asked.
Yeah.
And who would you ask?
Negative and dark intent isn't going to tell you, I put a curse on you. They're just going to do it. So you're not going to know.
And Kim,
unless you truly believe in it and you know your day-to-day life and you're very spiritual about what's going on around you, then you would know. Yes, absolutely. Because you would be able to tell.
You can feel the energy shift. If you're sensitive to energy around you, you can feel the energy shift. Or like I had somebody put one on me that was living in my house at the time, and it gave me a migraine. I mean, I don't get migraines. So all of a sudden, it was like I got slammed in the forehead with a brick. I was like, oh my God, what the hell? And I actually had to have somebody help me get that removed. We sent it back to him, and he ended up in bed for 3 days. Sorry, not sorry. And there's no such thing as a psycho out of control Wiccan. Once they hit psycho out of control, they are no longer Wiccan. So they can't call themselves that. I mean, they can call themselves that, but that's not what they are.
So who would you ask, or where would you go to find out if you are cursed?
There are pagans and witches, and there are Christians that can do energy readings on you. I mean, just about anybody that has that gift can do energy readings to see if there's something negative attached to you. Like
Yes.
Willow can see auras. She can see the colors of the energy around you, and if you had a curse put on you, the colors would change. There would be like gray, murky, dark stuff swirled in with it. So, as far as I know,
I also believe a truly good tarot card reader, for someone who
Mhm.
doesn't know about, witches and Wicked and all this other stuff, spiritual guidance.
Mhm.
If they were to go to a tarot card reader, and a good, true tarot card reader could pull your cards and tell you exactly what the hell is going on.
Yep.
And help guide you to get the curse off of you, get the bad omens off of you.
Yeah, tarot card readers are conduits. They're a conduit for the energy that's out in the universe that they direct towards the cards, and the cards tell you the story.
My mom, as far as I can remember, she has always done a certain prayer, and she
Mhm.
does the sign of the cross, right?
Mhm.
And then she prays, and I feel like she's a very sensitive person to other people's feelings, auras, all of that. I do believe that. And there's been times that my mom will just look at me and she's like, oh my God. She's like, you have something attached to you. And I'm like, what's attached to me, And then all of a sudden she'll stop doing her prayer. And I literally, honest to God, I feel so much better. Like all that weight is off my shoulders. My head feels clearer. But then I look at my mom and she's like almost passed out and she's like burping and she's just for like a good 15 to 20 minutes, I should say 15 to a half hour, she's just out of it. She's just laying there. Like she just feels all of that energy that I had, I guess.
Mhm.
She's an
Until
empath.
she's what?
Empath.
An empath.
She's also a spiritual healer. If she's taking the negative into herself off of you, and then it's coming out of her, that's healing you.
Yeah.
John used to be able to do that with animals. So yeah, it's just a natural gift she has, and that's pretty cool. It's like a stranger could walk into the room and she'd know that there's something wrong.
Yeah.
That's being very sensitive to energy. That's a natural gift that a lot of people have. Some people, as they grow up, they tune it out because they don't think it's real,
Yeah.
or someone continuously tells them it's not real. But if they actually nurture it and listen to it, like there have been times I have not listened to my little voice in my head and I have regretted it. So, and anybody who's a narcissist, it cannot be Wiccan because narcissists
Yeah.
do harm to
I
everyone.
I knew you were going to touch on that. They're not Wiccan.
Yeah, they're not. They can
They're
call
not.
themselves that, but they're not. Hey,
Hi,
Bonnie.
Bonnie.
Good morning, Bonnie. And
So,
real quick, good morning, my old geezer. I love you.
okay, so let me ask this. How do you know if someone is legit? I liked going to this one gal, but she scared me once and I never went back. I regret that because I lost where she is now.
Are you talking about our tarot card reader? Or
There are a lot of scammers out there. There are
There are.
scammers in every walk of life. And there are tarot readers that have learned how to do cold readings. It's easier when people are sitting in front of them. They take keys, like if you're wearing a wedding band or there's a light mark around where the wedding band should be.
let me
Then they
tell
know
you
that
something
there's-
real quick. Anybody can consider themselves a tarot card reader.
Mhm.
Okay? Real quick. I'm a tarot card reader. I have tarot cards. No. Lots of people have tarot cards. They think they know what they're doing. They don't. There's a gift that comes with it. And you either have the gift or you don't. I'm sorry.
So it's not something that you can learn. Like, you go to this Like you go to
You
school.
can
and you-
learn how to read tarot cards.
Yeah.
But I truly believe a true tarot card reader has the gift. They already have a gift to go into it.
Because anyone can read a card because it's something that you
You
learn.
can do the research, you could read all the books, you could figure it all out. But a true tarot card reader has the gift already. And they use this as a guide to help them tell you things and bring up.
If your tarot card reader scared you with something, that means that they're being completely honest with what they're seeing. And most tarot card readers that are scamming you will try and keep everything positive so that you keep coming back to them. If she scared you by saying something bad was going to happen, and that's what she was picking up in the cards, then I would say they're probably legit.
So Papa Smurf Tink said, I study tarot and numerology, but I am nowhere near a true tarot reader.
Yeah, numerology gives me a migraine. I can't do numbers.
Yeah,
I don't math. I do not math at all. I have tarot cards, and I have done readings for myself. I've never done them for other people. I did find out that the guy that I'm married to, he was absolutely terrified of anything to do with anything witchy or pagan or anything. So if I wanted him to get away from me, all I had to do was pull out the tarot cards, and he would leave the house. It was funny as hell. But
now, see, Papa Jay could give you a reading.
Yep.
Because he's been studying. He has the basics, and he could probably give you a decent reading.
Mm-hmm.
Because his intent is there, his, the positivity is there,
right.
And he's not just trying to bullshit people. He's interested in it. He's got a feeling for it, a spiritual connection with it. So he could probably give you a decent reading. But there are people that have just ill intent, just want to make money, just greed and all that, and they're just bullshitting you. And then there are people that have the connection with other human beings, have the spiritual connection, with, I don't want to say the other side, I'll say, and they can give you a full reading and have your mind absolutely blown.
Myra.
I need to know what she means by the spiritual connection is not divine. What do you mean by divine? Yeah, Papa, I am too.
Okay.
I couldn't drive through New York. I was a mess driving through New York. The energy because of 9/11 was horrible. And Oklahoma, just driving into the state of Oklahoma because of what the Oklahoma bombings, the negative effect is right into the ground. And I was in tears the whole way driving through those states. It was horrible.
Darlene, there are many different quote unquote charts a tarot reader can do. A good tarot card reader usually needs 2 to 3 cards.
Yeah.
So in Impact, you're actually feeling what other people feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm empathetic also.
Well, Myra, that depends on your beliefs. I mean, to me, a spiritual connection would be divine because I believe in many gods and goddesses. To you, it wouldn't because you only believe in God. So it's all in a matter of your belief system.
Yeah.
So yes.
Trust and believe. Yeah, no. I'm going to behave.
So you
But
can't
can
say
you believe both? Can you believe both?
Well, in the Bible, it says, God says, thou shalt not believe in any gods before me. Even God acknowledges there are other gods. So why can't you believe in all of them?
So because my spiritual connection is different than yours, it's not divine?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I love hamburgers, but I'm not going to knock Hindus for not eating cows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's their belief system. That's,
You have to have an open mind because not everybody believes in God. Not everybody follows Christianity. Not everybody is a Catholic. Not everybody is follows Hinduism or is a Jew. You just can't. You can't put that into a term like that.
what I find funny, well, not funny, haha, but funny, ironic, is that the basis for all religious and spiritual beliefs all start with pretty much the same story. And none of these people, none of these original stories were anywhere near each other to have heard it from the other. Like Native Americans, they have
Right.
the whole beginning of their, the Great Father. And the Greeks have Zeus, and his son, Hercules, God, Jesus, Zeus, Hercules. You know what I mean? They're all very similar. And so who's to say who is right and who is wrong? Because as far
Please
as
tell
I'm
me
aware,
what the divine religion is.
yeah,
Please.
as far as I'm aware, nobody has actually come back and told anybody. So it leaves it as a mystery to it's, and for me, religion and spiritual paths is what gives you strength. It's what gives your heart the necessity to continue on. Everybody's is different.
I have a question, and it's about myself. And I think I'm a little not crazy or anything. I just don't understand it. And I can't understand this.
Mhm.
Because I get a lot of migraines. I mean, a lot of migraines. And sometimes I take the medication. I do a shot. I do Emgality once a month. I do all of that. But when I do get my migraines, and it's the closest person that's next to me, and it happens to be Tina all the time. And what I do is, I don't understand this, and I can't do it to me, but I'll put my hand exactly where it hurts on me. I'll do it on her. Like I'll rub her head, and I actually feel it. I'm not crazy. It's just, it feels so damn good on my own head when I'm rubbing her head, or if there's something hurting on me or whatever, it literally feels good while I'm doing it to somebody else on the spot that's hurting me.
It's a transference of energy.
Yeah. And is it any other person or just people that you're truly connected with?
It's Tina. It was my dad that I used to do it with too. And my middle son, TJ. So only those three people that I have ever done that to have I relieved my pain.
What it is that you're transferring energy from you through them and back into yourself. So they're acting as a conduit for that energy to come back to you, and that's why you feel it.
But I'm not crazy.
No, you're not crazy. You're a little wackadoodle, but you're not crazy.
But it can happen.
Absolutely.
So it's not just me, because I think
no, you're not crazy. It's a real thing.
I know now everybody knows, but I had to ask. I had to, because it's something that I never understood. And I thought maybe it was all in my own mind.
Nope. It's all in your own energy, not in your mind.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Did I miss some questions? I'm sorry. I have empathy, but I do not think I'm empathetic. So you can have empathy, but you're...
Oh, yeah. It's completely different.
Yeah.
Completely.
Empathy the best way to describe it is like if you're reading a book and one of the characters in the book is going through something emotional, you're feeling it. That's empathy. You're empathizing with what they're going through.
Yes.
Empathy, being empathic, is if a person walks into a room, they're happy, sad, mad.
You feel that energy immediately.
Yeah.
And it can drain you.
It can.
That's why I have days where I sleep 15, 16, 17, 18 hours, where you'll find me off of YouTube for a few days.
Empathic people have to learn how to build a protective bubble. Mm-hmm. They have to learn how to build a psychic barrier against too much, I mean, I woke up in the middle of the night crying one night for no reason whatsoever. And I'm like, what is going on? And at first I thought it was just, my depression. And till the next morning. I read that, I forget who it was now, but it was a very famous musician had died, and the news had gone out, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I woke up at like 2:15. And when the news went out, and I didn't know it until the next day, and I'm like, oh, that explains it, because worldwide people were like really upset. So all of that energy, just I was like, yeah, and I was sleeping, so my barriers were down. But yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
I don't know. It can happen. I'm just seeing if there's any other. I'm just reading.
Pretending to be Wiccan has twin daughters. Has twin daughters. One of them, since day we met, has had an open conduit into my head. I was raised Catholic as well.
Mm-hmm.
You need to build some psychic barriers. Nobody should have an open anything into your head.
Exactly.
Yeah. What you have to do is visualize visualize a bubble around yourself, and just work on making it more and more solid.
Hold on. Wait. So your twin sister?
Yes, it can happen. I have had a hard time being Catholic crazy, pretending to be.
See, that's different though. If it's her twin sister, y'all have a different connection.
Yeah, but she's talking about the crazy that's pretending to be Wiccan, that they have.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I misread it then. Okay.
Yeah. You can visualize like a brick wall around yourself. You can visualize a bubble. Just work on every time you just meditate a few times, multiple times a day, and just visualize it and thicken those walls up. Okay. And
yes.
Kathy, how did I realize that?
You can there's a lot of ways to build that wall. You could go into hours of ways to help you.
And how I realized,
depending on how you believe in sage, the different sages you can use. You can use crystals. You can use salt. There's different things you can do. But she's right. Every day, build it further and further. Do not let them in.
Yep.
And how I realized that, Kathy, was when, I don't know, I was probably like 21, and I had a really bad headache, and I was laying in bed, and my parents came over to visit, and my dad sat on the floor, and he was just talking to me, and he said, "Where does it hurt you?" And I went like this, and he said, "Show me on my head." And I put my hand where his head was, and I said, "It's right there." And I kept rubbing it. And as I was rubbing it, it was just like, what the hell?
Wait,
it felt so good on the back of my head. I felt it like alleviate the pressure, alleviate the pain. And I just kept doing it. And my migraine ended up subsiding. Was it coincidence? But I did it multiple times, years and years. And it just did. And then my son, I was telling him the story, and he's like, "Oh, you need to try it one day." And I did. And Tina, I just ended up doing it with Tina in it. And I've tried it with other people, and it doesn't. So only those 3 people. I don't know. Empathic, I can feel the person going through without even contact with them.
Yeah, I can too. It's been known, if someone is projecting energy strong enough, I can even do it through the computer or the phone.
Now, can you see auras?
I cannot. No. I could probably develop that gift, but it would take a lot of time and effort and way more energy than I have at this age. So yeah, no, that's not my thing.
Vilma is in crisis right now because of her need to reconcile her greediness and trust in them with her Christianity. Yeah, it's a struggle.
Well, it can be and it cannot be. I mean, your gift, if she has a gift for it, then, everybody knows that Kelly is Christian, then her gift comes from God. In her belief system, her gift would be from God. So there shouldn't be a conflict or a crisis. The problem is that people go by what's written in Bibles and books and things that were written by man. So that's where the conflict comes in. I mean, they also say, the Bible also says it's wrong to be gay, right? But there are a crap ton of gay Christian people, and they're not dropping dead. So obviously God doesn't mind. Luckily, because, otherwise we'd miss Susanna and Tina and Robin and a bunch of other people. But if her gift is given by God, it was meant for her to use. So she should use it. If she has a gift for it and it helps people and the impulse is there to use it, then she should.
I think for me, if the intent is good and you have it, share it. If your intent is bad, that's just,
yep.
For me, that's where I draw the line, like, absolutely not. No. I don't know.
What does it mean? In my dream, there was 3 witches chasing me out of the portal. What portal?
This was a long time ago, but what does it mean in my dreams that there was 3 witches chasing me out of my portal?
Yeah, I'd have to know what portal you're talking about. But 3 is, hi Robin, 3 is one of the magical numbers in paganism. So that's significant in itself. I said it, Robin. I said your name. What you gonna do? And if they were chasing you out of a portal, then it probably means you shouldn't be in that portal in the first place.
Now, what's a portal?
It depends on what kind of portal she's talking about, because there are portal between worlds, and then there's portals in time. So if you believe in all that stuff, different realms of possibility.
Are there male witches? And what do you call them?
Witches.
They're still witches.
Yep. Hollywood calls them warlocks. The word warlock means oath breaker.
A what?
Oath breaker, someone who breaks their oath. They break their vow. Because when you're in a coven, you vow to be loyal to your coven and keep its secrets and all that. And anybody who broke that vow or broke the covenant would be called a warlock. So calling a male witch a warlock is actually an insult. So yeah, they're just witches, just like anybody else that's a witch.
So they don't fly around on brooms and stuff like that,
No. The way that came about, the whole witches flying on brooms thing, is because pagan, at the end of, during harvest time, they would have, their harvest celebrations. And one of the, during planting season, I should say, go back a little further, they would have like a gathering to celebrate the planting season, and they would get on brooms and jump around, and it was supposed to be to promote the growth of the crops. And apparently there were people that saw this and thought they were trying to fly. So that's how the witches flying on brooms story came about. But it was actually part of their ritual to help crops grow.
I don't know if you answered this or you talked about it. Is it a religion? It's spiritual?
Well, there are people that just consider themselves pagan. I just consider myself pagan. I actually, if people need me to clarify, I tell them I'm potpourri pagan, because I put everything that appeals to me or that calls to me, I put it all together in one pot and it comes out smelling really good. Other people will call it eclectic, because they gather little bits and pieces from different paths and create their own spiritual system. And then there are people that actually pick a definitive path, like Wicca, but even under Wicca, there's so many different branches of it now. There's fairy Wicca, and I'm like, fairy Wicca, really? and just, you know,
Forests and sea and water and
yeah,
it goes on and on and on. Garden,
yeah.
gardenia. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So this right here, right? What she just said, it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Because when I'm cooking, I always stir the pot going from, I would say, from right to left,
Clockwise.
clockwise. If you stir it the other way, it just doesn't feel right. And I feel like the food won't come out good.
Because clockwise is a positive direction, and counterclockwise, which in paganism is also called wintershins, it's a very old term,
everybody knows it's the bear.
is to remove negativity or put negativity into something. It depends on what your intent is. And yes, well, I have several spirit animals, but my greatest one, my strongest one, is the Kodiak bear.
No such thing to you.
Hey, T. Well, it depends, T. Are you a good person or a bad person? That's what would tell you if you would be a good witch or a bad witch.
Oh my God, I would heal if I was, I would be the I would just give everybody love. Everybody would be walking around kissing everybody.
See, Susanna, I would consider you a kitchen witch because you love to cook and you put so much love and energy into your food that's what I would consider you as a kitchen witch.
And what's a kitchen witch?
A kitchen witch, yep.
And what would I do being in the kitchen? I mean, I don't know.
Same thing you're doing right now.
You work in the kitchen.
Yep.
Or artistic witch, because you put a lot of your heart and soul into your paintings.
Yep. Oh. And that energy, that positivity that you put in your artwork, that stays there. So it brightens up.
And puts special notes in the back in her paintings for the people she's painting for. So
I'm sending those vibes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I like that.
A kitchen witch can basically put anything together and it will come out tasting fantastic. So when you're cooking, if you're like, hey, I think I'll try this herb in this food, and most people, they would put that in there, it wouldn't taste good. For you, it would.
Oh my God. Where'd she go? I must have stirred her right out of here. Pew!
Did you go counterclockwise? Because
I don't know what, she fell out. She'll be back. Oh, her power just went out.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh boy. Let's see. See, I stir the pot in a good way. I don't stir the pot in a bad way. That's a fact in all aspects of life.
One of my gifts is also being a kitchen witch. I love to cook, and I've done a lot of experimenting with food that, I mean, John was like, that is not going to taste good. And I'm like, try it. And he would eat it and he'd be like, oh my God, you need to make that again. You know? So, you know, you like working with a lot of herbs and seasonings and not necessarily spices because, well, I personally don't do spicy, but different, you know, try and make your food as natural as possible and use a lot of tasty things.
Oh, never thought of it that way. So a lot of people have the ability, and that's what basically what it is. It's
yeah, it's all in the energy and intent too that you, when you're focusing on, because I mean, you usually cook for people that you love, so you're putting that love into preparing the meal because you love the people you're cooking for. You know, and it's all about the energy, baby. Just don't cook angry because that could go horribly wrong.
No, I have, and I can tell you that it's been proven that. If I'm not in a good headspace of being upset or angry, the food tastes very harsh.
Yep. Because you're cooking angry. Yep. Kathy, no, I'm not a reseller. I make jewelry, and I will hopefully by the end of this month be able to start making jewelry again. I had a lot of health issues, including a partial leg amputation and idiot roommates that my son let live here and my son living here, and just a lot of things interfered with me being able to get set up. So hopefully by the end of October, I'll be able to start soldering and making my jewelry again, and I'll be selling that.
Now, Cody, let me ask you: do you read cards? Are you a tarot? Can you read cards?
I read my own cards. I don't read for other people.
And when you read your own cards, are you looking for advice? Is that what you're doing?
I usually just do general readings to see which direction I should concentrate on. I also do rune stones. I read rune stones for myself, and usually it's steering me in the direction of my artwork, my jewelry making, so that's what I've been trying to do. I keep getting waylaid and sidetracked and stuck. So, but now things are going to be getting better. So, yeah.
That's right. Positive look out. Yep.
Yep. But I tend to get a lot of intuitive, it's like information just pops into my head out of nowhere. Like the thing with the kitchen witch thing with you, that just out of nowhere. We weren't even having that conversation except for stirring pots and counterclockwise and things. Mm-hmm. The treasure hustlers once said, well, what kind of feeling do you get about us? And I told them, and they were like, holy crap, because apparently I was pretty accurate. So I'm a little leery about doing readings for other people because things might come into my head that even I don't want to know. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So yeah, I only do readings for myself.
Wow. I don't know. I've always found it very, very interesting. I don't know much about it. You definitely have opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. I just find it so interesting because as a child, you've been taught, witches, it's Halloween, but there's so much more. It's not about witches and Halloween. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's real.
I will clarify that witches in like Africa, okay, are a totally different set of things. The European witches and American witches are one mindset, but you go to Africa and it gets scary because they rule with fear and they actually kill people. So yeah, don't go down and be a little friendly with witches in Africa.
So they would be more of the dark side.
Well, yeah, they're just negative people, and you can get negative people in any walk of life, any religion, but their whole practice is like that.
So does that mean is that where the word voodoo comes into play?
Voodoo is actually a combination of paganism and Christianity, Catholicism. Because it's a combination when slaves were brought to this country and they were forced to convert from their religion, their native religion, they kind of combined it all. And that's how voodoo came about. It originated in Haiti and traveled over, but not all voodoo's not bad. That's the thing, is there, just like with anything else, there's good and bad in everything. The main premise of voodoo is not negative. They use it, some people use it in a negative way, like the voodoo dolls and things like that, which were originally used for healing. So they would make an effigy, a little doll of you. If you, say you had back pain, they would make a little doll of you and they would put healing energy into the doll and that would help your back. Nowadays, it's more like stick a pin in someone's ass and give them a pain in the ass all day. I'm not going to tell you whether or not I have a voodoo doll or not.
Oh, Ow!
I'm not completely on the light side of things but what I do is I return negativity. So if someone is kind and nice to me, and, not saying everybody has to be nice to me or else, but like my ex, my younger kid's father, called the cops on me 3 days before Christmas and told them that I was beating my children. So cops showed up at my house. My daughter, she was 3 years old. The first thing she said is, "Daddy lying about mommy again?" I didn't teach her that. She just saw it and heard him doing it. So the police officers looked over the kids and found nothing wrong. And I returned his negativity, kind of like the expression, "I'm rubber, you're glue." Whatever you send to me is going to bounce off and come back to you. And 2 days after Christmas, he got arrested for stealing from the safe at McDonald's. He was a manager at McDonald's, assistant manager.
How can one protect themselves from curses or any kind of energy?
Well, if you're going to go through the effort and you're that paranoid about someone cursing you, you can either find somebody that can do a protection spell on you, which would have to have your consent, or you can do the same thing that I was talking about with the empathy, is build up a barrier around yourself and just put energy into it every day to keep it strong. And if you're able to do that and you're able to manifest that, then it should protect you against most. Because there aren't too many people that are that strong that they can get through something like that.
Now, my mom, like I told you, she is a healer.
Mm-hmm.
My mother would always tell us when we saw someone, and that if we felt they're looking at us a certain way, as they would call the evil eye,
Mm-hmm.
that you turn around and you put your finger in between your index finger like this,
Mm-hmm.
and the spell goes back to them, or it doesn't come into you.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's a belief in a lot of places that have things like the evil eye, which is mostly the, I believe, Mediterranean areas do the whole, and if you're raised with that belief and you believe in it, then yes, it's going to work because your energy is going into that projection. So it's all about intent and your energy and what you put into it. And if you believe in it strongly enough, then yes, it will protect you. So like if you don't believe in curses, you're not going to get cursed because that energy of non-belief is actually protecting you. So
Protecting you.
Yeah. Most people don't wander around going, "Hey, I think I'll curse somebody today." Yeah, you know what I mean? So
Yeah. But a curse can be jealousy, correct?
Yeah, it can be because of petty. I mean, the mentality issues that people have these days, it can be for anything. You could look at someone the wrong way and they can, be like, "Oh, they looked at me like that, I'm going to curse them." Or, they have stuff that I want and I should have. So, or they have someone I want and that should be with me. Same reason we have stalkers.
That brings up a good question. The people see someone having a great relationship, okay,
Mhm.
and they want that person. Can they do a spell so they can break up either a marriage or a?
They can try. I mean, if the relationship is strong enough, that energy that binds the two people together is going to repel that. But, and that can also reflect badly on the person doing the spell because that energy is going to come back at them and it's going to be negative, because they're trying to take something that's not theirs. And that's theft. It's also interfering with free will. So I'm a strong believer in free will. I don't think anybody should interfere with free will.
So love spells.
Yeah, love spells have been known to work, but not in the way you think, because then you end up with stalkers and psychos that kill you so nobody else can have you. So if you're like, "Ooh, that guy's hot and I want him," and you put a spell on him to get him, you might be getting more than you asked for.
So Jules, hi Jules. Jules is asking, Cody, do you believe in the law of three? Let me ask you first. What is the law of three?
Are you talking about the Wiccan law of three? There's actually 102 laws of Wicca, which most Wiccans don't take the time to learn. And ironically, do no harm is not one of them. Do I think are you talking about things coming back 3 times over? Like whatever you send out will come back 3 times? I believe it comes back stronger. Yeah. Not necessarily 3. Sometimes it can be 7 or 9 or, Morning, Pixie.
Hey, Des. Good morning, honey. So I'm still questioning the law of three. I'm not completely sure what that means.
The law of three, and my understanding from what I always learned was if you send out energy, it will come back to you 3 times, at least. So if you send out something negative, you're going to get 3 times as negative energy back to you. If you send out positive, like you're always sending out love and affection and everything to everybody, that's positive energy you're sending out. You get that back because everybody loves you. So, if you send out negative energy, it will come back to you at least 3 times over. It multiplies.
It multiplies.
Yeah.
Okay. So how like we got the 10 Commandments?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have? You were saying about 102, or
Wicca has 102 laws.
102 laws, meaning things you cannot do.
Well, things that the way you're supposed to practice Wicca, things how your life is supposed to, basically what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do.
Okay. Almost like a guidebook. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was created by Gerald Gardner, and he made up the rules. So what he did was he took little bits and pieces of different European religions and put them all into one and made it female oriented. Like it's very feminized. Wicca is a very feminized, or it used to be. There are so many different branches of it now, but originally it was very feminized. Personally, I think Gardner just couldn't get laid. That's why he had all his rituals done naked. Originally, if you wanted to be a Gardnerian Wiccan, you had to perform all your rituals in the coven, that's a group of people, naked. I think the man just couldn't get laid, personally. But yeah, he created a feminized, your main goddess was Diana, which is goddess of the moon. And, but it's a good starting religion. And some people can take it beyond what he created and turn it into something a little more meaningful than what originally it was. Mm-hmm. Pixie, when I was 14, I started reading about Wicca, and I read more and more and more and more, and then things just came to me, and it kind of morphed into, different aspects of different religions called to me. There's a lot of indigenous or Native American, which I don't like that term because anybody that's born in America is Native, but indigenous is the original people here. A lot of their belief systems, practices, and stories and things make sense to me. There's Nordic things that make sense to me, like the Vikings and things, Celtic, just a little bit of everything. That's why I call myself a potpourri pagan. And you have to, you can ask 10 witches the same question or 10 pagans the same question, you're going to get 15 different answers because nobody's belief system is exactly the same. And that's the beauty of having a religion that you can shape around what calls to you, is you don't have to be like everybody else. I've never been in a coven. I've never been I don't like group sports. So
what is a coven?
A coven is a group of witches that gather together. Mm-hmm. Usually for the purpose of following rituals or doing spells together. Indigenous means the people that were originally in the country or on that spot of land. Like Native Americans are indigenous to America. They were here first. Another example would be pygmies. Or not pygmies, Aborigines, sorry. Aborigines were there in Australia before the English started using Australia as a penal colony. Sorry, I don't know why I said pygmies.
So I know I spoke to someone regarding this, but oh, Rhonda's back. Thank you.
It's always fun when you lose power in the middle of live.
I didn't do it. Just saying.
All your fault. Cody's fault. Hashtag Cody's fault.
No, don't start that in here. Oh my God. It will summon Wes.
Where did all of this originate from? Where is it the core?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's human nature to try and find reasons for things. So, like, think about it. You're, a cave person sitting outside your cave, you see a shooting star. Oh, it must be a message from the gods. And you create, reasons for things, and it creates stories, and those get passed on. And then when Christianity came into being, they kind of took things from the pagan belief systems to create their holidays and whatnot to try and convert everyone. It worked for the most part because of fear, because then they started killing witches too. So, although I have to say that nobody was burned in Salem, Mass.
No,
they were hung, and one man was pressed to death, but nobody was burned. And that's a big misnomer. I see people say that all the time. Well, I don't want to burn like the witches in Salem. And I'm like, well, then you won't, because none of them did.
And it wasn't actually in Salem. I think it was Danvers.
Mm-hmm. It was in between the two towns. It was the original Salem, and then they moved it. So, but they do all the celebrations and stuff in Salem. I've been to Salem so many times. I love Salem. Never go there on Halloween. Never. Don't go. It's so crowded, and there are way too many drunk people being stupid. And at midnight, they call out dogs and horses to clear the streets, and it's pretty damn scary. So, yeah. I went there once on Halloween. I will never do it again.
Now, I'm asking questions because I do not know.
Well, that's why you ask questions. It's fine.
Is there like I can say a church because that's what I know. Is there like a place that that the coven, group goes to on a regular basis?
Well, it depends on the coven, because there are all different kinds and places and things. There was one that when I lived in North Carolina, the woman I lived with was part of one, and they used to meet at a recreation center, and they would meet a couple times a month, and then on the Sabbaths and holidays and whatnot. Or if there was a need in the community for healing or whatever, they'd meet and, do a spell for healing. Usually, generally I would think that they would switch homes, like go to each other's homes.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Your living room could be your coven.
Yeah. Or outside.
Under a willow tree, under the stars, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. In your park that you visit every day, you walk through with your dog. You just never know. It could be anywhere.
Not in Salem, Myra. They weren't. There was a whole village in Germany where every single female was killed during the witch hunts. They killed every single female in the village.
Rhonda, can you talk to Cody about this? Because I need to take this call. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. I lived by these golden rules. I missed that. I don't know what golden rules she's talking about. During my life, it seemed natural for me to believe it.
She's talking about like treat others as you would be treated, and
Oh,
Be
of
nice.
course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are what I call universal rules, and one of them is being nice to other people. Unless they're not nice to me, and then I'll slap a bitch. I don't care. But this is why I'm not Wiccan. See. But yeah, there are just things that Annie, I saw that she put hashtag Cody's fault. Mom, what are you doing? You know, and those golden rules were around a lot longer than the structured religions have been. So they're just, I mean, they're universal throughout mankind from
For
day
real.
one.
It's got nothing to do with religion or anything.
Yeah.
It's got to do with being a human being.
Yeah, being a decent human being.
I don't even know how long I was gone. Did I miss a lot?
You
Anybody
missed
have any other questions? Do you have any other insight you want to make sure people know?
Just be open-minded to it. I mean, it doesn't mean
open-minded to anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have to practice it. It doesn't mean you have to follow it. Just understand that just because you know, not you as in Rhonda, but you as in general population, just because someone is raised in a certain religion doesn't mean that's the only religion that's correct. And even though your religion tells you it's the only one, doesn't mean it is. I mean, all the churches lie about when Jesus was born too, and nobody questions it. So he was born in the spring, not
I was
winter.
about to say, when was he born, y'all?
Yeah, spring. They talked about lambs, baby animals. You don't have those in winter. I also get a kick out of the fact that they always depict him as a white guy.
Yeah, me too.
Like, what? That never made sense to me either. Wow, there were just too many contradictions when I was in Sunday school and church and all that. There's things just, and my dad couldn't answer the questions, and the minister wouldn't answer the questions. So I'm like, well, what the hell? So, hey, Bobby.
Well, I wasn't given an opportunity to ask questions because they were just so. You're Catholic, that's it.
Yeah, the Catholic religion tends to be like that.
Yeah.
They rule by they get their followers by dominating, and they keep them by dominating, which to me also rubs me the wrong way because I'm not a submissive kind of person, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Never have been. I mean, 9 years old, I told my teacher her uncle was a monkey. She was pissed.
And then I mean, I was more submissive back when I was younger, absolutely. I was forced to baptize my daughter, but that's all I did.
Yeah, see, I didn't baptize my kids because I'm like, they're born innocent. Why do they need to be baptized to be forgiven for their parents' sins? No, that makes absolutely no sense. I used to joke around with people saying I couldn't make flying ointment with them if I baptized them. We do not.
My daughter was also 4 when she got baptized because that's how much I fought it.
Just to clarify, we do not kill babies, okay?
Oh my God.
Witches never killed babies to make flying ointment. It was actually an herb. It was a hallucinogen that they would put in an ointment that they would put on their foreheads, and it would make them trip, and they would think that they were flying. We never killed babies. Relax.
Hey, Bobby. Good morning, sweetie.
When my mom got custody of my oldest daughter, she took her and got her baptized. And then when she had my kids for 3 months, when DSS took them, she took them and got them baptized without my permission for any of them. So that pissed me off.
That would have
completely. I mean, it doesn't hurt them. You know what I mean? No. But I'm the parent and it's my choice. They can get baptized when they're older if they choose to.
Yeah.
But, you know, for her to take that choice out of my hands pissed me off.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all three of mine.
You make for a child and you're not the parent. It's not your choice, not your right.
All my 3 children they've had their sacraments up until, you know,
Right, Jules? And yeah, Myra, there are actually 25 gods that claim December 25th as a birthday or the day of their celebration.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, pick one and have a happy holiday. Almost everything that is used for Christmas celebrations is based on pagan belief systems, and the tree comes from the Yule log because pagans celebrate Yule, which is actually like a 3 or 4 day holiday that starts before. It starts the 22nd or 23rd of December. And the Yule log was a really big log that would burn for that whole time. And gifts were given for that whole time, parties. Yeah, it was a fun time. Hey, Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. Mwah.
The evergreen boughs, that was in the homes, pagan homes. Mistletoe, because, kissing is, everybody likes that. Yeah, decorating the tree to make the spirits happy. It all stems from different pagan rituals and beliefs, candles, incense, all of that.
Jerry was a pagan, but they threw him out. Why does one get thrown out?
He's
don't.
He's joking.
The only time that applies is if you're in the pagan biker gang, and that's a whole different thing. Okay.
Jerry, don't start with me. See, Myra, right? It's because Saturn rules the sign of Capricorn originally. See, that whole thing with, the signs of, what's the word I want to use?
Zodiac signs?
Zodiac signs. Is that falls into tarot cards, numerology? That falls into that, right?
In a way, there's different. The way the stars are aligned at the time of your birth is supposed to be able to tell different things about how your life is going to go. And
to me, that falls into astrology. And
astrology,
not so much witchery, because no. But Cody may have a different feeling than I do. It's just.
I've never really gotten into astrology all that much myself. I mean, I read my signs. Occasionally I'll look them up and be like, so what am I supposed to be doing today? And it usually tells me that my spouse is going to do that. I'm like, well, he's in Massachusetts. I don't care what he does. Yeah, astrology is a science. It's mathematically derived by the positions of stars and things like that, but they make up what it's supposed to mean. So it's mathematically and not.
The reason
I believe in astrology.
Yeah, a lot of it is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of misconceptions and bullshit with astrology also.
Yeah, the whole Mercury retrograde thing is way overdone. Everybody's like, oh, I'm in a bad mood. Mercury must be in retrograde. First of all, Mercury in retrograde only affects electronics, okay? It doesn't affect people. So you might be in a bad mood because your computer's not working correctly, but it's, your mood is not affected by any retrograde. Stop it. Unless you have a computer in your brain, that could be,
And technically, it's in retrograde for the next 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, yes, we're still on for the 6th.
It's human nature to want to blame something. Christians blame Satan, Catholics blame Satan. Everybody has to blame somebody for bad things that happen because there has to be an explanation. If something's bad in the world, the devil made them do it, Yeah, pagans don't have a devil.
They don't.
Mm-mm.
So they don't believe in the devil?
Mm-mm.
And I just want to backtrack real quick. Now, Cody doesn't believe Mercury retrograde affects emotions. However, I believe it does. So that shows you two sides of the coin right there.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. Because that's necessary.
I didn't do it.
Hashtag go to swamp.
So astrology was more scientific and closer to science than astronomy. The Earth wobbles and the signs are not in the same place as they were in 2,000 years ago. The signs are 2.5 months.
I also don't believe that.
Hey, Kevin.
I don't believe that one either.
Yeah.
That the signs are different and they're off and they want to change it. Bullshit.
Yeah, that whole thing coming out with new astrological signs, I'm like, no.
It's bullshit. It's
and
just,
Pluto is a planet.
In my opinion, men in ties trying to put their bullshit into our heads and make life the way they want it.
Yeah. And Pluto is a planet. Damn it.
That's right.
That's right.
Morning, Kevin.
So, okay, so what? I know it's off of witches, but so Pluto was a planet, but now they're not calling it a planet.
Star, whatever.
It's a star.
Now they're calling it a dwarf planet.
A dwarf.
So it's still a planet, it's just small.
Poor thing.
No.
He's still part of us, or she's still part of us.
Yeah.
We need to love them all.
Yep.
And I fully believe the moon does affect people's emotions because the moon affects water. It affects our tides, and humans are made up mostly of water.
Of water, yeah.
So yes, that I fully believe in.
God damn it! Why do they have to do all this construction today?
Earth and people, yeah.
Because you're talking about important stuff today.
Morning.
Hey, Renee.
Melissa.
Melissa.
Yeah, so what about I know I should have actually asked Willow to come up as well because she's different. She's another part of it too, right?
Yeah.
I should have asked Willow because she could have gave another perspective. And the reason why I'm talking about this, or I want to bring light to it, it's because one, hey, yeah, we are coming up to Halloween, and do we not like to listen to, some crazy ass stuff? But it's not crazy. This is really happening, and I know while I was, growing up, that things like this kind of scared me. And I know a lot of people, we always fear the unknown and we don't understand. And if we understand, if people are telling us and letting us know, and then we can decipher, we know a little bit more about it and we don't have to fear it.
Right. And Jerry is right. They killed way more witches overseas than they did in Salem. They killed thousands. I mean, that one village, they killed thousands of women in Germany. Anything that went wrong, a cow doesn't produce milk. Oh, it's got to be the woman's fault. She's a witch. They blamed women for everything and just wiped out entire populations of females and even small children that were female. It was crazy, the hysteria that swept the whole planet.
But that was back in the early, 1600s?
Yeah, there's still a lot of persecution, though. I mean, I personally got verbally beaten when I worked at a gas station. I had about 7 or 8 people in there screaming at me that I was going to hell, and I thought they were going to actually drag me across the counter. And I had this little black man in a fedora come in, and he was like, "What kind of Christians are you to be judging her like that? You should be ashamed, all of you. Now go read your Bible." That's right. I'm like, turns out he was the head of the commission for the Baptist churches in the area, and he also ran a funeral home. And I went and hugged that man, told him I liked his hat because he made them all go away. Yeah, but yeah, they attacked me verbally because I was wearing my pentacles. I was wearing my my pagan jewelry. Just working at a gas station, minding my business, and they all, one person said something. The next thing I know, I had 7 or 8 people yelling at me, and I'm like, All right.
Jules
I
is
might be
asking
outnumbered, but I'm taking at least one or two of you down with me. Okay.
So Jules is asking about the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
Hundreds of burned. Were they considered witches?
In the Spanish Inquisition, I think borderlined the whole thing. They killed people for other reasons too.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't their religion, then they killed you. So
A lot of the Spanish Inquisition, what they did to people, the torture,
mhm.
it was, oh my God.
I don't know.
The Spanish Inquisition. Well, I had to look it up because my history.
I don't think it has anything to do with witchcraft or witches.
It was to combat heresy, which is anything that went against the main religion of Spain at the time. But it was an excuse because it resulted in consolidating power in the monarchy of the newly unified Spanish kingdom. So basically, they used it as an excuse to promote fear and terror and get everybody to do what they wanted.
Kind of like Hitler.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you also have the.
We weren't saying Halloween has anything to do with astrology.
No.
I mean, you also have the Christian Crusades, and they went to another country to kill people, but for not believing in their religion. That was their excuse, was to convert everybody to Catholicism or Christianity, when what it really was to take over the country. A lot of death has happened in the name of religion.
Yeah.
Fairies.
Bye, Darlene.
Fairies and pixies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's such thing as a fairy witch.
Mm-hmm. Have I ever seen one?
Well, what about it?
Have I ever seen a fairy or a pixie? No, only dead.
What's your question, though?
Do they really exist?
I'm not going to discount it. I'm not going to say they don't just because I've never seen one. I mean, I've never seen $1 million, but I know it exists, you know? I've never seen one. That doesn't mean they don't exist. A lot of times you'll see your cats chasing nothing. What are they chasing? I always say my cats are chasing the fairies again. That they can see them and we can't.
I know that when I was supposed to go to the Harry Potter school, but my letter never came. I'm kidding. Just wanted to throw in a joke. Yes, exactly, Cody. If you did not live in extreme Catholic, you were addicted to women and called witches. And of course, it was political expansion of land grabs.
Well, that's why everything happened in Salem, too.
Mm-hmm.
People being accused of being witches. I mean, it started off with the girls, the kids that claimed, but that's because they didn't get their way on something. And then they're trying to say it was bad wheat that was used and it caused hallucinations. But they had a slave that was taking care of them, and she was from Haiti, and she practiced her religion, and the girls apparently either were allowed to attend or they snuck out and watched it, and they didn't get their way one day, so they said she was a witch. And the next thing you know, everybody's accusing everybody of being witches, whether they wanted someone's land or their property or their house, or they wanted their things, and they cascaded. Yeah,
exactly, Kevin.
Yeah. Which then was trigger word to accomplish other motives. Yeah.
Yep. And most of the tests they had for witches were bullshit anyway. So it's like, oh, we're gonna put you on this thing with a rock, you know, and put you in the water, and if you drown, you're not a witch, but if you float, you're a witch, and we're gonna kill you. Somehow, either way, I think that doesn't work out for the person being accused. You know what I'm saying?
I was always under the conception of, when I was growing up, that I don't know what it was, but something triggered, or I watched something, and if you had a beauty mark on your back or on your side, that you were a witch.
Well, I'm
Wow.
multiplied by a million fucked because I have beauty marks all over my body.
Yeah, because I have a big one on my side, and it's like, oh my God, I am a witch. And I remember asking my mom, and my mom agreed and said I was because of the beauty mark. So, I mean, now I know it's not
It's not
true.
a bad thing, but
I mean, they also used to say that they could stick you with this little prick thing, not that kind of prick, but the little sharp thing. But it was retractable, like a retractable knife blade. So they would, look like they were stabbing you with it, and you didn't bleed, so you're a witch.
Yeah.
I mean, Miles Corey was pressed to death because he refused to admit that he was a witch because they wanted his property. And he refused to admit that he was a witch, and they put a board over him. They laid him down, put a board over him, and started putting lots of rocks on him. And they kept asking him, will you admit that you're a witch? And he's like, more rocks. He kept telling them to put more rocks on. He would not admit to being a witch because he wasn't one.
So you were damned if you did, and you're damned if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like Kevin said, it was a trigger word. If they wanted something and you weren't willing to give it or admit to it, you were a witch. And they would use it against you to get what they wanted. Yes!
There's Al's Witch's Murder in Colony Williamsburg. I don't know what that is.
He said also in Colonial Williamsburg, which is one of the earlier colonies. Yeah, they anytime anybody had a problem with somebody, oh, my husband's cheating on me with this woman, she must be a witch. He's not doing anything wrong. He's under a spell or something, and so she has to die. Can't steal what doesn't walk away, honey. But yeah, I mean, for whatever petty reason, and a lot of them were very petty reasons, Salem, actually, the people in charge of Salem have made formal apologies to the women and Miles Corey's families and any remaining relatives. I don't think there's any compensation, but they have made apologies for them being accused. And they have headstones in Salem on consecrated ground. I know, I've seen them.
So what's that tree in Salem that they say it's the devil's tree or something?
It's the tree that they hung the witches from. And it's not technically in Salem. It's where the original Salem was. But it's the tree that they hung the women from.
That would have been in Denver. Danvers.
Yeah.
Danvers. Yeah.
I mean, all that negative energy has sunk into the ground. So I'm sure that there's a lot of negative feelings when you go there. So people are like, oh, it's evil. Yeah.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Kevin's biting his tongue real hard. It's gonna fall. Don't do it.
He won't bite it that hard. He needs it to eat those deviled eggs.
I don't know. Well, does anyone else have a question about witches or anything to do with things that about this subject? Emfel's got the little devil face. Now I'm Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
I was born Catholic.
That's okay. I forgive you. I'm kidding.
There's things that I believe in that make sense, and there's things that I don't. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I know everybody says you're picking and choosing, all your thing, but the devil.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in the devil. I believe in evil, mm-hmm. but I don't believe in the devil. I know that there was an angel who fell out of heaven, and, that's what I was taught. And that's what I learned. And that's how I grew up. And it's what's in my mind. But do I believe in the devil? Like you die and you go to hell?
Well, see, with pagans, we don't have technically a hell. Hell is a garbage dump that's 2 clicks outside of Jerusalem. Okay, literally, that's what it's called. The garbage dump was called Hell. Hel, named after the goddess. I don't know why, but it was. But we have like a purgatory, Tartarus, which is where people that have done really bad things for their whole life, that's where they go and they're punished. And then there's the good side of it, which is, well, people call it all different things. But basically, it would be the equivalent of what heaven would be, where you get reunited with your loved ones as long as they're not in the other place. So I won't see my dad, that's for sure. Hey, Mr. Picky. So, and Hades is the god of the underworld, and he's the one that helps pick where you're going, and he's a man in charge. So he would be what Christians would probably equivalent the devil with, but he's not, because he decides whether you're going to the Summerlands or whether you're going to Tartarus, whether you're going to where bad people go. So he's just kind of like the gatekeeper. But yeah, do I believe in demons and imps and negative spirits? Yes, I do. Have I ever seen one? No. I felt them. I've been in a room where people were misusing a Ouija board once, and I watched things fly across the room, and I made them close it out correctly, and everything stopped. So I was like, you guys need to never use this again because you don't know what you're doing. It was pretty scary. I had other friends that were using one, and we actually heard growling, and there were no animals in the house. So made them close that out then too. I was like, maybe I should just not be around these things. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I don't use one personally, but Satan, the whole story.
I like the Ouija board. However, I don't believe in the ones you can go out to the store and buy.
Well, anything can be used as a conduit. Absolutely. I mean, you can write it, draw it out on a piece of paper or sketch it out on a table, and it can, but yeah, the older ones, the old spirit boards, the wooden ones,
yes.
Wood absorbs energy.
I have a connection with those. I don't have a connection with the ones you can buy from Warner Brothers.
And wood is also a natural material, so it's more in tune with the natural things. So yeah, the older spirit boards that are made of wood, those you have a stronger connection through those. But anything, absolutely anything, can be used as a conduit. And if you don't do it correctly, you don't know what you're doing, you can get in trouble. You can release some things that you probably shouldn't.
Good morning, Crystal.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Crystal. Renee is asking,
Renee.
Wouldn't that be equivalent to Peter, not the devil?
Yeah, I was trying to think of who it was. Yeah, Peter, the gatekeeper. He judges your soul and figures out where you're supposed to go. Yep.
So.
And for me, I believe you were going to be reborn. So.
Yes, I do too.
I believe in reincarnation too.
Reincarnation. Mm-hmm. I believe that when you die, your body goes into a resting space, and I believe that like a life lesson.
Yeah.
You go through different stages of different lives to learn different lessons, and you can take as much time as you need before coming back. So I definitely believe in that.
Well, I have a lot of partying to do, and I want my leg back while I'm doing it, and then I can come back. Because my leg went ahead of me, and I need to catch up.
I think this life lesson for me, honestly, is learning to allow.
I think Kevin has some questions for us. Can we send him the street?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
I got it.
You got it? Enville, oh my God, I don't want to live again. But then again, it's going to be a totally different life because it's what you choose your lesson to be for that life. That's what I
You're not going to live the same life.
Yeah,
No.
it won't be the same one. And I fully believe that we have people in our lives that we've traveled the path with before. Like I had an instant connection with John, and my friend Rose, I had an instant connection with her. You can have a soulmate that's not necessarily a romantic interest. It's just somebody whose soul has traveled through your lives with you before, and you recognize them. Your souls recognize each other when you meet each other again.
Do you know who?
No, I don't believe that.
Do you know who I believe is my soulmate? And it's not romantically. Absolutely not. It's just someone that is my soulmate. It's my middle son.
Yeah,
I
possible.
believe we have more than one soulmate.
Mm-hmm.
We have multiple soulmates.
Yeah. Well, and Bill, you could always come reincarnated as a cat. Then all you have to do is sleep 23 hours a day and you're good.
Yeah.
Chase around invisible things, claw up your person, and go back to sleep. That's what mine do.
When people talk about soulmates and stuff, everyone thinks about it's romantically. Always nice. Oh, no, it's not.
You can have a soulmate that's an animal. You can have a soulmate.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't have to be a person, and it doesn't have to be a lover.
I'm still missing part of mine since Sean died. It's still, I feel half empty because he's gone. Sucks. But yeah, I mean, I felt the same way when I lost my friend Rose too. I still feel that way because she's gone.
I feel that way about someone that was murdered. They were, I consider them my brother, and I just, 20 years later, shit, it's been 20 years later. Yeah, 20 years this year.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for my next life to be able to be with them again.
Now, I already kind of gave my definition of soulmate. Somebody that you've traveled your lives before, you have a connection with, you recognize them instantly. You're instantly comfortable with them. You can talk to them about absolutely anything. There's
powerful connection. Absolutely.
Yeah. Very, very.
It doesn't have to be romantic.
Hi, Larry.
I can't say that enough. It does not have to be romantic.
No,
it doesn't.
No. Absolutely. 100%. Kevin's like, I knew she would say her son. I don't know. Yeah. So Kevin's going to be coming on. Envo, people suck. I hate humans.
That's why I told her she could come back as a cat.
Yeah. I've had a cat that was
like him.
My soulmate.
Like him, honey.
I know that without a doubt, a soulmate. And I don't believe in our past lives that they were a cat. It's just something in me.
Well, I've had cats that are standoffish, and I've had cats that are really affectionate, and I've had cats that just know, and Onyx is like that. Like if I'm upset, Onyx does the same thing the dog does. She comes right over to me and tries comforting me and, distracting me and everything. And it gets really crowded in this one little spot that I sit in because I got the dog on one side and I got the cat up in my face. And my cat that I had, her name was Lucky. I called her my mama kitty. She was the mama to every animal that I ever had. And we were really, really connected. But then my cat Wolfie was just like, whatever. You know what I mean? And Marty is kind of like high from a distance. So it's, you have connections with differently living creatures. And I mean, there are animals in the wild that have bonded, which shouldn't be bonded together. They should try and eat each other. And it's kind of weird,
Yeah. Because it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. There was a video of a leopard that had killed a monkey, and the monkey actually gave birth while it was being killed, and the leopard took the baby monkey and took care of it for like 5 days until it died on its own, because of course, how's a leopard going to keep a monkey alive? But it cared for it. It didn't eat it. And it's like, what? You just
That's
killed
what we're
his
saying,
mother.
Renee. There's an emotional, spiritual connection to the person.
Right.
That's exactly what we're saying.
But it doesn't have to be a sexual emotion. It can be a relationship emotion, but not sexual. It doesn't have to be like your boyfriend or your husband.
Right.
You can have that connection with that person. I mean, John was kind of both. At first, he was, we were together, and then we were better off as friends. But, yeah, John and I were definitely soulmates of a very weird level. I don't know. I must have been kicking babies or something in a past life, though, because this one's been rough. Hopefully, I've made up for that, and the next life will be really good.
But do you believe before coming back that you have a choice of what your life plan? You have a plan. When you come back, that you need to decipher.
No, the fates play craps with my life. They're like, oh, look, her life is going good. Let's roll the dice, shall we? So,
I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Okay. We're timing you. I believe that's all fate. I don't believe in predestiny. It's whatever happens, it's going to happen.
Do you know what your life lesson is?
No.
You don't?
Mm-mm. I just try and be the best person I can be. I don't put up with any shit, but
Kevin's here.
I don't go out to do harm to anyone intentionally.
Hi, Kevin.
I wish.
What?
He said, hi, Kevin. He said he wishes.
Oh.
I was looking forward to this morning. Unfortunately, I had a day that never ended yesterday until about 5 o'clock this morning. So it was nothing bad. So I'm kind of mad that I missed it. Yes. I'm kind of mad because I wanted to be here for the beginning, but as usual, I do have a, well, actually, it's not usual. It's just I'm pretty much black and white with things I have opinions on. But these topics I have a lot of opinions on. And I just started getting irritated in the chat. So, and I'm not going to point out any person. I think the fact that people write their own script and create their own narrative for what they believe in to fit their story is egregious, and you're playing with fire. With that being said, I'm going to just go over the whole witch thing because you guys have passed it. But the soulmate thing and reincarnation, you better believe there's reincarnation. And I've been investigated for it by not YouTube card flippers, which is hilarious to me. I am not a big believer, believe it or not, in tarot cards at all. But I believe in what somebody's feeling or opinion of when they find out your walk in life and how you see and feel. Like, just for instance, we're talking about soulmates is what you're talking about now. Without question, that is a real thing. Now, I think it's loosely used like every other term under the sun. Just because you're in a relationship for 2 years and you're happy, doesn't mean that's your soulmate. I knew Susanna was going to say her son. I wasn't kidding, because she talks about him constantly. And that's her direct connection to the other side of her life that she has now. Doesn't mean she don't love all her kids. If she's got 3, 4, 5, 2, I don't know how many. I think she has 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at you on YouTube. You can have a soulmate. I think maybe that's more of, should be called a best friend. I think soulmates are inherently male to female. It doesn't mean I'm saying you're wrong. I don't believe that a soulmate can be something other than somebody who completes you. And I know it sounds like Jerry Maguire movie, but that's just the way it is. That's my opinion. That's all. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, because there is no wrong.
Right.
in any of these topics unless you just have bad information and you believe horror movies. That's when the idiots come out at night.
Well, when I refer to soulmate, I mean mate as in friend. Okay.
Doesn't have to mean you're sleeping with them.
Right.
Male to female to me is what a soulmate is.
When talking about like a relationship, an intimate relationship, I consider that a heartmate, which is also, a soul and heartmate. But for the reference of soulmate, because I've had that connection with both men and women, I consider that as in mate, as in friend, and it can expand on it into an intimate relationship. But originally it starts off as, you recognize someone soul deep. That's how I define it. And then if romantic situations come from that, then it kind of morphs into heartmate.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah.
But to me, just me, a lot of these terms and a lot of definitions and a lot of what people know about stuff has been diluted. It's been watered down. And that's got a lot to do with just what propaganda had just filters through your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Flippin' Flamingos made a comment about Maslow's hierarchy of self-actualization. It's a very hard thing for anybody to do. I'm not a believer in his hierarchy, but I am a believer in the realization of one's potential. I think you realize when you reach your potential, even if other people say that you didn't reach your potential, but your self-actualization tells you that you did reach your potential. And that has to do with any job in life. Is every nurse the best nurse? No. Should some nurses not be nurses? Yeah. But they reach their life's potential of self-actualization, and it doesn't equate to being a positive influence in your life and your surroundings. So Maslow, to me, just rewrote things a little differently, and I'm not gonna say another fan.
What?
I mean, it's your desire to become the most you can be, but you don't need. But what they're basically telling you is you're damaged at birth, and to me, that's just not true.
And I don't believe you can ever be your best self.
No, you can't, because I'm going to say it: self-actualization is not a reality. Because everybody's motivated by it. They could say they're not. I said I sound like I was from Boston. Everybody inherently is looking for acceptance from everybody else other than themselves. Nobody sits there and says, this is what I'm going to do. Those are goals. All right, let's take Rhonda's daughter, for instance. She had mountains to climb and rivers to cross. Every family has them. Some are magnified and a lot worse than others. But in the long run, I hope you don't get mad, Rhonda. You bring up a girl that at now is something that every girl should look forward to being. She's a nurse. She owns a home. She's loved. She's respected. This and that. That doesn't mean she's happy. That doesn't mean she's self-actualized. Doesn't mean there's nothing wrong with it. Don't get me wrong, guys. But it doesn't mean for her that there might be more. And not everybody's outward with telling everyone what their more is.
Mm-hmm.
Because, unfortunately, this country, more so than any other country, is driven on depression.
Yeah.
And it's driven on people being told you're damaged, and driven on people being told there's something wrong with you. Take this, take this pilly, take these bunch of pillies. You're never going to be good, but it'll make you feel fine. So how do you self-actualize through that?
Hi, Carolyn.
Hey, Carolyn. Anna, 710.
710. No, it's soulmates. Heck yeah. You know what the unfortunate thing about that is? You're also going to be fooled. You also think you have that and everything's great, and then someone else comes along and blows the whole goddamn plan up. So I don't think you have one soulmate. I think it's and inherently ignorant to think you have one.
Yeah.
I think you have a lot of soulmates at different periods in your life. No, maybe not a lot. Or, if you want to cut your life in a
Multiple.
quadrant. Right. I don't know if you want to cut your life in a quadrant, but, how many of us are sitting here married to their 17-year-old boyfriend or girlfriend because they were their soulmate? None. Zero.
A couple.
I'm sorry?
A couple.
Oh, really? Well, that's
We got people in the chat that have been married for 60 plus years.
okay. Is that a peaceful coexistence, or is that a marriage? You want to get them on the panel and dig deep into there? There'll be emotional baskets case when we get done. Seriously, people set the bar where they're comfortable. People live their lives where they're comfortable. You know what? Let's say Susanna wants to go get a locker, and she tries to talk Tina into, I'm just throwing a number out there. We have $20,000 in the bank. Let's go buy a locker for $20,000. You think that's going to happen? No, but Susanna's saying, but I think I see something that's going to make us better. And then it could turn around and destroy you. So a lot of people that come into your life are wolves in sheep's clothing. They want to give you delusions of grandeur, thinking that you're bigger and better than you are because there's an ulterior motive you don't recognize. And it could just be because they get away with taking care of their bad childhood out on you. Hence, battered women. Hence, abused children. So that's just me. That's what got me out of bed.
Catherine, I think you mean eternity, not epiphany. Epiphany is when the answer suddenly comes to you.
I'll have
talking
epiphany
about
often.
you're your own soulmate. No.
Oh, epiphanies are wonderful. And you know what? I never thought it was a real thing until you slow down, because you live life at 100 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour at certain ages and points. And then one day, okay, I had an epiphany to be a good citizen. I was always a good person, but I had an epiphany to be a good citizen, because why am I not locked up? Why am I not dead in the street? I should have been both. I had an epiphany. Nobody gets to quit. When does a bank robber stop robbing banks? When he gets caught. When does a serial killer stop killing? When he gets caught. I know that's dramatic
Holy
examples,
crap,
but
I just realized we got completely off topic.
Yeah,
sorry.
we did. We did.
Way
Oh.
left field.
You guys brought up soulmate. I just went with it.
Yeah, we did. But that's perfectly fine. And that's
No,
and
that's
that-
not you, Kevin. All of us. We all did it.
and that's where not my circus, not my monkey. It goes.
We just
I
went
think
with it.
witches. Go ahead. I want to know why I do like. Well, a male witch is a warlock, right?
No,
What's a male witch?
a witch.
The witch.
Never knew one. Never heard of one ever. But
Yeah.
I've known women that are. I mean, a girlfriend that I had after high school from 19 to 21 became. I think I had a conversation with Cody about this. Wiccan. She didn't change one bit. She just has an observance. She flying around on a broom? No, I don't know who made up that joke of a lie. She wearing a pointy hat and dropping houses on fucking Dorothy? No. And she had, I think, she's a freaking lawyer.
Yep.
But when she goes home, she puts on her, I don't want to say outfit, because I think that's the meaning. She puts on her comfortable clothing. It's just different than ours.
Right.
She's not putting on jeans and a t-shirt. Her kids, she raised, I think 3. I know 2, but maybe 3. Not to be enforced that. That's her thing. That's her comfort. That makes her complete.
Well, Catherine, eternity might be too short of a time, but epiphany was still the wrong word. Just letting you know.
Epiphany is when you come to a realization of, oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yep.
Right.
Cody can dance.
No, Cody can't. I used to be able to. I cannot now.
I'm going to go get something that my son wrote to me in 2015. So I'll be right.
I missed the beginning. What did you guys talk about in the beginning? Was it all witches for the first hour?
Yeah.
Jeez, I thought with the witches. I
For
thought it
the
was
first 2.5 hours, it was all witches.
So who here's a witch? I don't know. Rhonda has a word that rhymes with witch, but I'm not going to say it.
Well, I'm that too.
I can't believe it. She's sitting there trying to figure out what the word is. You know, she's casting a spell. Yeah, but to cast a spell, don't I have to tell you that you're allowed to do it?
Only if she doesn't want to violate your free will. There are witches that don't care about free will, and they'll cast whatever they want on whoever they want.
I think my free will has been stolen. I'm trying to get it back, but it's not happening.
I personally believe in free will. I don't cast on people unless I have their permission.
Now, can you negatively cast on somebody?
Like if somebody wants me to negatively cast on themselves, why would someone want me?
No. Can you do it negatively? Is that a reality? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that a reality that you can, you can cast a negative spell? Now, now with that being said, don't witches believe in karma? Yes.
Yep.
So if they have a higher dexterity and constitution than you do, that spell is going to, it's like I'm rubber, you're glue, is going to bounce off to them, and you're going to be the one that the spell is on.
Right.
Listen, 99.9% of witches are not casting out.
Where do you find one? I want one around.
Or demonic, I want to say demonic, evil spells.
Oh, I get that, but there are some that do.
And I don't believe in them as true witches, because true witches have good intentions and are there for the love. But that's my belief system.
Oh, so you're a witch as well, Rhonda?
I don't define myself as a witch. I define myself as being open.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's not a bad way to be, because if she's going to be open, all the windows in the house are open. She can assimilate and take an avenue, investigate, come back, and then assimilate something else. So that's not what she's very smart. That girl, I can't stand her.
710. My broom is out in the kitchen with the dustpan where it belongs.
Yeah. Well, how did that happen? Witches flying on brooms. Was that just the Wizard of Oz?
No.
You missed the first 2.5 hours. So
forget it. Don't go backwards.
The first 2.5 hours.
I'm sorry.
It's just messing with you. A lot of people just coming in, so it's good actually.
It was part of a ritualistic thing done during the celebration of planting the harvest. Women would, I don't know why they used brooms, but they would use brooms and jump up and down around a fire or around the field to promote the growth of the crops. People saw this that didn't know what they were doing and thought they were trying to fly.
Oh,
that's how that started.
It's that dumb?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that's all society putting that shit into your head, Troy.
We were doing bullshit to people way back when, in the 1600s. Yeah. Gosh darn. Go ahead, Suzanne. I'm sorry.
So this was when we were talking about an epiphany. Okay. I got an epiphany when my son wrote this to me. I got a massive epiphany. It changed my life, my surroundings, everything. This is what he wrote. And this was the week of Christmas of December 2015. The best way to judge ourselves is to first judge others, and then compare ourselves and find likenesses. When we realize we don't like what we see in others and the world, only then will we find the initiative to change ourselves. Look for inspiration in your immediate surroundings. And then he said, I say this because I love and I care about you. In 37 to 42 years, I want to hear about your successes and triumphs, not your regrets.
Wow, that was good timing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So he wrote it, and my life changed. So I had it put on a board, and I made a frame, and I leave this up in my living room. So whoever comes over can read it. If it makes sense for them, it makes sense for them. My life totally changed after that. And
your life changed before that. What he gave you was the epiphany of it was okay to be who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
He basically gave you from, it's hard for a child to give you an epiphany. And when it does happen, I haven't had it happen to me, but when it does happen, basically, you love the fact that he gets you and that you did something to make him think before he judges himself, because there's too many people that go through a horrible time or check out because when they compare themselves to others, they don't look at the part of what the others would be negative on them. They just think everyone else has got everything better and the battle's won. And my thing is, when the street lights are on and you go in your house and lock your door, nobody knows what's going on inside that home.
Mhm.
Everyone's so shocked and surprised when something happens. So he gets it. So basically, it's okay to be different, but the same is what he said.
Yeah.
Be your own
17
person. That's really very insightful of him. Is he on a psychology path in school, or is he older?
He is. He's older. But he did take psychology. Yeah.
710 put 3 things in the chat: Black Cat, Big Pot, and Spellbook.
And Eye of Newt.
The black cat, I'm not really sure where the actual color of the cat came from, but most women that were accused of being witches had a cat because they usually lived alone and the cat would keep them company. The big pot is because most witches were healers and they would use the pot to cook up medicine. Also, back in the day, you didn't have a lot of pots and pans and things. You cooked everything in one pot. And the spell book was actually called a grimoire, and it's where they wrote down their recipes as well as any rituals that they did.
Can I go
You're
back
welcome.
to soulmate, Rhonda, or am I going to get yelled at?
You can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
The other thing about soulmate is I think at one time you could have more than one. I think there could be one that, and it comes to fruition of now they're in your life and it's complete life. And yes, they do complete you. And yes, you can be whoever and whatever you want to be. And I mean, it's not an actor in a show. You know that they accept you where you are. And every day when you wake up and you see them, you're glad they're there. You can have that. You also can have that where you don't tell the other person. It's like you're just friendly with somebody. And I think these are very intense ones. I'm not going to say sexual tension, friendship tension, I should say. Like, even though you're happy and content and you wouldn't want anything in your life to change, you do have connections with other people that are intense and overwhelming.
Mhm.
Listen, all of us aren't going to cry when someone that we know dies, every one of them. There are going to be some people that we're not going to get over. And there are some people you're like, oh my God, I can't. So you don't cry over every wake you go for because of loss. I think a big part of your soul is attached to people that make you emotional and you actually do care about them. Not that you do things to make yourself look good, not that you want to be the hero. Like, I think they're soulmates to the degree of surround yourself with those people who make you feel better about yourself. And
That doesn't make
you
them
trust the
soulmate.
fact that you know, and you're not bragging, that you make their lives better for being in it. And people have a hard time doing that because you think it's been having delusions of grandeur, and it's not. I know for a fact there are certain people walking around that their life is better because of me. And I know for a fact there's probably a few people walking around their life isn't so great because of me, but they deserved it. I'm serious. They deserved it. But there are some people like you to say, you know what? If this person wasn't in my life right now, I know for a fact, me and this other person, that can develop into a soulmate situation. And that's not mentally cheating on anybody and whatever they call that. Bomb loving and, being emotionally passive aggressive or romantic. And it's not saying, oh, here's my fallout. If this don't work out, well, if you're thinking that this don't work out, you're not soulmates.
Yeah.
But you know that there's somebody else that, you know what, I would love to. Everyone gets curious over somebody that they just come across
Big
in life
difference. Let
or
me
meet
just
and
say,
know, saying, hey, if this went a little bit further,
there's
I could
still
see
a
this
big
being
difference in
something.
soulmate and good friends, though.
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
I believe so.
I disagree vehemently.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. Put your microphone on mute.
Okay. I have a lot of friends
I'm
that I
not
feel
saying a lot of friends, Rhonda. I'm saying
No, I'm I don't even want to
person.
say a lot. I have friends that I believe enrich my life and I enrich theirs. However, I don't
Mhm.
think they're soulmates.
Because, well, then you don't have a friend that you could see would be a soulmate.
Yeah.
I'm saying that people
definition of
do.
soulmate, for sure.
I'm saying that people do. Listen, there's sometimes you don't want to be with your significant other. You'd rather go be with somebody else that's of the same sex of your significant other.
I'm not talking
Because
about significant others.
What?
I'm not talking about significant others.
I am.
Yeah, see, we have a different definition.
Well, no, mine's right and yours is wrong.
Okay. All of my soulmates that I've had this lifetime, none of them were a significant other.
Really?
100%.
That's a great thing. You want to know why? You got something to look forward to. I think everybody gets it once, at least once. So that's bad for your past, but great for your future.
No one gets one soulmate. Everyone.
So
gets
now you just agreed with me.
What she's saying is that her definition of soulmate is not someone that you have strictly romantic interest in, or that will develop into a romantic interest.
I just said that.
Yeah.
In a different way, saying there are people that you can be friends with that you can see, not that you want to, that they can be your soulmate. There's got to be a line drawn in the sand.
But
you
it's
gotta
not.
you got to make the person that you are with in that part of your life a priority. If you don't, end the relationship and go see if it's gonna. If
But
this person
what she's saying is that it's not that they will be a soulmate. It's that they are a soulmate. It's just not in a romantic sense.
Never
again,
really.
that's what I said. I'm not saying you have a romantic feeling for the person outside of which is under your roof. You could see that the person has the potential that they're a notch above your regular friends and regular people, acquaintances. That listen, everybody doesn't hang out with everybody that they know every day.
Mhm.
There's different parts of your life that people kind of, and you also avoid people every day that you don't want to be around. That's my MO to a T.
But I also believe that people come into your life for specific reasons as well.
Absolutely.
You don't agree, Aranda?
Huh?
That people come into your life for a specific reason?
I just
Sure.
said that. Absolutely.
Oh, I thought you said. I thought you said no. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, listen. We're not getting into details. When you know it, you know it, and you'll fucking do anything to get that because you're not. Yes, you're not looking at the destruction, aka it's a bad word to use. You change, and you don't have control over it when there's somebody that you feel belongs in your life. And then you find out, oh my God, I wish I was with this person for the past 25 years.
Catherine, significant other would be spouse or like a lover or, yeah.
Or as opposed to insignificant others.
Yeah. Significant other half.
It doesn't have to mean, in a gay relationship where I think a lot of people hear that significant other.
Oh, that's not even why I use that expression.
I know, but a lot of people do, and they labeled as
all right, maybe I should say it's just shorter than saying man and woman, woman and man, and making the sentence longer.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll clear it up.
Have to be woman and man, man and woman.
That's exactly why are you listening to me? You want to argue with me? Come on, man.
I am, but maybe you're just not explaining yourself correctly.
I'm saying I
not
didn't say
hearing it the way
significant
you're
other
saying
because
it.
I was covering the basis for people who are gay. That's not why I used it. And that's what Suzanne is explaining to Catherine. I just say significant other because I've said that my entire life.
Right.
Now,
I was going to say, significant other, people have the term significant other for lovers, husbands, wives.
Or soulmates that you're not sleeping with.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Your significant other does not have to be in a relationship with you.
Yes.
Wrong.
Yes.
Completely wrong.
Nope.
all right.
I'm just going to let it go.
Kevin, I absolutely see what you're saying. But
What is I'm going to look up the definition of a significant other.
Yeah, there's a definition and it's Kevin's definition.
yeah.
Let's just go on YouTube, okay? How about this? Let's make believe our whole world is YouTube. There's nothing outside your door, and there's 30, 40 people that you come across all day long.
Yeah.
There's not going to be 3 that are significant in your life, and the others are not.
Having a significance in my life is different from being my significant other.
Oh my God, we're talking about soulmates. You're making it vanilla. I'll just let it go. I'll think the way I want to think, but I'm saying is I didn't use it to put down anybody who's in the same sex relationship.
Right. No, I know you didn't. I was just adding to your statement. That's all.
You're adding to my narrative?
There is no drama here. Believe me.
So it says
I'm not talking to
significant
anyone.
other, a person with whom someone has established romantic or sexual relationship.
Bam.
Bam!
Because that's what's
Hold
been
on.
driven into our heads for.
Because-
Hold on.
Well,
Here's the
because-
mic.
No,
because
it's
Google
not a
said
mic
so.
drop.
That's not a mic drop.
No, I see.
That's a
just
mic
because
drop.
it's no.
It's an ignorant
Just
vanilla
because-
definition.
Google says so doesn't make it true. And I get what Kevin's trying to say. He sees
Oh, I do
it
too.
differently, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay.
This ain't drama. This is a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is definitely not drama at all.
Listen, you're hard pressed to get me and Rhonda
No.
to ever have a fight. You'll be hard pressed to get me and Cody to ever have a fight. And if
Yeah.
we do it for an hour over potato chips, cookies, or that I'm being a jerk. And Susanna, who the hell can fight with her? That's Tina's job.
There's no
Oh,
drama.
and I went through a shit ton of drama, and I came out just fine,
Yeah.
and I won
No.
because I didn't entertain it.
Why do I have Eye of the Tiger playing in my head right now? Yeah.
No, you want drama? I'll give you 5 challenges you can go to.
Yeah.
They even use things. Never mind.
No.
Bite your
It
tongue.
is no.
You know what
Bite your
it is,
tongue.
Catherine? You don't know Kevin.
Bite your
Yeah.
tongue.
You don't know
and
the
bite your tongue.
relationships between each of us on the panel. So you're
No,
thinking
Rhonda scares
drama.
me.
It's not drama. Trust me.
No drama, honestly. I love having a discussion that we could all talk about, and we have totally different views on it, but yet,
And that's the point.
and we still respect each other's opinion.
Except Cody's wrong.
Cody's fault.
Kevin's a dick.
I won't go to your life
That's
no
Cody's
more.
fault.
Don't make me cry, Kevin. I might even notice that you're not there.
You know, if this
Jim
was a
has
TV
totally
show,
different
if this was a TV show, Susanna would be the mother, Cody would be my sister, and Rhonda would be my wife.
Well, you did say
Now
you
look
would
at this.
go
I got a
on
woman with
wood,
3
so-
completely distinctive human beings and love them all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and there's a lot of people out there who I wish death upon them.
Ouch.
Ew.
Oh, listen, that part of me can never change, even though I was raised Catholic and went to Catholic school. I didn't even want to, that's why I didn't chat when you guys were talking about that, because I can go off.
Yeah.
Listen,
I
there are
don't
people that,
ever. I don't have that. What you said, that you could wish death upon someone or hate someone that much.
Really?
I
child
don't.
molester, you wouldn't wish death upon a child molester, or if you were molested as a child, you can't wish death upon that person.
You know what, Kevin?
We're gonna go down a rabbit hole. I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry.
I've never been in that situation.
Yeah,
Never.
she has a different experience, like experiences growing up. So
So I can't understand that. And my understanding is that
Oh, I didn't mean you two people. I don't wish death upon them. Let them. They just go away. I just don't go near them. That's all.
yeah, no.
I mean, shit. I don't want somebody's family being destroyed because of fucking.
But she
you two.
hasn't had to deal with the traumas.
Good.
no.
That's fucking
Exactly.
great.
That's what I'm saying. She's very
I'm knocking
lucky
on wood.
that
That's
she hasn't
great.
had to grow up
We'll
ways
just
that
have
we
to-
have.
We just have to give drama to Suzanne.
No.
Oh, that was gonna start tomorrow.
100% when he says, "I wish death upon people." It's a powerful statement, and it's an ouch statement. But I completely feel what he's saying.
I'm not a person to hate people. There is I don't hate anyone. I strongly dislike one person.
You're sugarcoating it.
No, I'm not sugarcoating. I strongly dislike one person that's in my life, not on YouTube or anything like that, but that is directly in my life, who has caused horrific drama, horrific pain to my heart. Not physically, but emotionally to my heart. I strongly dislike this person. Am I in this person's life? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because it's best for me not to be in this person's life. Do you get that?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Sure.
But I don't hate. I can strongly dislike people, and man, I've seen some things on YouTube, I have to say, it's going to want to make me cry. That is so sad. Like, so sad. Like, how can people be so mean and so vicious to other people? It's so, why? What does that do for someone? Honestly, how is that
I'll tell you what it
Feel
does.
better about
That,
themselves.
that falls under the umbrella of self-actualization. That's why it's hogwash.
It is so sad. Like,
It makes self-completion. That's the way they live.
They have to hurt others to feel better about themselves.
Yeah, and listen.
What it
They've
is.
been trying to figure it out for hundreds of years. Why did we have a war in this country where we killed each other for no fucking reason? Bodies strewn all over the East Coast, Virginia, Gettysburg, South Carolina, North Carolina. Why we killed ourselves for stupidity?
Yeah.
They didn't hate each other. You a month ago you were eating eggs on a farm table, and all of a sudden they say pick sides. Let's start killing each other for what? Yeah, I agree with you, Catherine. I hate to say I agree with you, but I agree with you. And you got to keep that person out of your life as best you can, Susanna.
Yeah.
Being raised Catholic helped me.
I'm being facetious. I think there was
only because it made me realize I'm not Catholic. Not at all.
I don't know at this point if I am or not. I think the world has changed. It's not,
Heart to heart, let me tell you, Annie, Susanna is very sensitive. And the things that happen, the dramas, the friendships that fall apart, she feels it to the 100th degree. And she will live it for days. So it's not that we're trying to be insensitive, Susanna. I'm not,
I know.
because I know I love her dearly.
Mm-hmm.
She unfortunately is one of those people that take the drama, the pain, the anger, all that shit that's going on and holds it inside of her instead of being able to see it, process it, and keep moving. Unfortunately, Susanna lives it.
But the fortunate thing about that is that she didn't have to deal with it at a young age.
Right.
But what sucks is that when it's outward now, she feels like she's being weak. It's not a weakness.
No.
At all, whatsoever.
It's
a weakness, I
way
tell you.
different than some other people.
Don't cry. Dry your eye. See? Bam. I'm the best ever. She grinned. Don't tell her I hate her. Rhonda's got that toughness, and Cody's been through the war, so she's got that toughness. I'm not saying you're tough and you're a guy, Rhonda, okay? Don't defend yourself. See, intelligence gets you through a lot as well. And Rhonda's, honestly, and I'm not saying that she's here and she knows that, I feel that way, to me is an extremely brilliant person that I don't know why. How do I say this the right way? At some point in her life, she's going to be able to be in a position where she's going to inherently help other people.
I can tell you.
And if she's not, it's a complete fucking tragedy if she don't. Because there's many people out there that don't know what they're doing for $1.75 an hour. And they're making that. Here's your pills, go home. Oh, you sad? Yeah, daddy beat you? Okay, good. Here's pills, go home. That's what they do.
Remember what I said before about people coming into your life for a specific reason or whatever?
Yeah, I believe you.
And I'm going to tell you, Rhonda has definitely have helped me in so many different ways that, and I'm not talking about YouTube, like, computer wise or anything. Me as a person to handle certain situations. I think she came into my life at the exact moment that I needed.
She'll also tell you like it is.
Exactly. And that is what I love about people. My biggest thing is I want to know the truth. I don't want you to sugarcoat it for me because going throughout my life, things were sugarcoated and I couldn't stand it. I want to know the truth. And she is real. Sometimes I might not want to hear, but she's still going to tell me. And then, you know what? I'm going to think about it and I'm going to be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Some of us need that little extra push. And I know I do.
It's okay, Susanna, to trust your own judgment as well. You know what? It's okay not to like somebody, Susanna. Imagine that concept. It's okay. And I had a conversation with you.
Yep, I've been trying to tell her that for months.
And you can't be the cheerleader of YouTube.
Yeah.
This is a damaged, peaceful coexistence we all live. And the people who end up gravitating around each other, if you look, it's 100 people spread over 10 channels. I mean, I'm just throwing a number out there.
Right.
Okay. And then when someone comes in, if let's say there's a day where, Cody and so are not having a good day, but then when asshole face, whoever you want to pick, any one of those 90 people come in, everybody puts their shit to the side. It's like having a dysfunctional family, and they annihilate the piece of shit. They're gone. Then you pick up where you left off.
Yep.
But you can't be I'm a big believer that unless you want to deal with everybody's bullshit, you can't be a cheerleader. Then you'll get caught in the middle, and then you'll be recognized as the problem, and you're not. But then that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do get a little bit scar tissue from life experiences, without a doubt.
A little bit.
No, you're insulting them a little bit.
I've lived a life of sometimes feels like 100 different people, 100 different crazy experiences. So I just have a different way of thinking.
But your basis of the person you are is not damaged by it. And not everybody could say that. I think the basis of me as a person hasn't been damaged by it. Oh, by all means, we're all damaged in some way. I know that's a shitty word, but
Yeah, we all have our own damages.
Truth is power. Yeah, you know what? It sounds like you're being a politician, Carol Ann, but you know what? But truth is power.
Yeah.
People don't. I don't know. I'll keep dragging this off on a tangent. Never mind.
Yeah, I've had to stop myself from a few tangents this morning.
I would never get mad at someone telling me the truth.
Then shut the hell up.
The truth hurts.
You know what's funny? The first conversation you ever had with me, I was yelling at you.
That's okay.
You don't remember?
Yeah, way back when, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I yelled at you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be a coward. Get on there. You have something to offer everybody.
But that's constructive criticism.
It wasn't constructive. Listen, there's so many people that are out there that don't have anything to offer anybody. You just want you want their StreamYard to crash all the time. Hence, I'll just say this. I got a message this morning, and I laughed my ass off. And you know what? And I felt bad about it for about 3 seconds, because then I remembered that entity really hurt some people. Not that you can't recover from that person hurting you, but that person went out of their way to be destructive. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Listen, there's only so many pity parties I'm going to show up for before I want to lock the door and leave them inside the pity party alone. And that ship has sailed on that, situation a long time ago.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Hey, that was
Janet,
Chuck.
Janet.
Yeah, it was Welcome Back, Carter.
Welcome
No,
back.
she's doing Eminem.
Eminem.
Well, weren't you doing Eminem?
Mace.
You were doing Mace. I was thinking
Yeah.
Eminem.
Oh my God.
And she was doing Welcome Back, Carter.
I was literally thinking Eminem, like the candies, Eminem peanuts.
Of course you were.
You know what?
Of
This
course you
reminds me of
were.
a song. One of these things ain't like the others. One of these things just don't belong.
Mr. Never Ending Saga. Did you choose your own channel name or was it a gift?
A gift. No, I chose my own channel name. I don't know what that means. I really would like you to expand on that. I think that's an interesting comment. I'd like to see what
And
that means.
your statement of you and I have so much of the same fucking baggage, I don't know what that means either, my love.
There's a difference between yelling at someone and belittling someone. 100%.
Yep. I've yelled at
100%.
Susanna a few times.
That's okay.
I wasn't belittling her though.
Never.
I've never yelled at Susanna.
No.
Liar.
I am not a liar.
You're a liar.
She
You're an
just,
asshole.
she just teases me because of the lemonade stand.
Oh,
But I
those
wasn't
little
yelling at
bastards.
you for that.
Just kicked the kid in the face.
I wasn't yelling at you for the lemonade stand. I just kept asking if you got lemonade.
Right.
Oh, that's okay. I told Tina to kick the little girl in the face and knock it over.
He did. I was like, oh my God, no.
Oh. Oh my God. See, Catherine said it's a compliment, sir.
Yeah, but it doesn't explain, or was it a gift? I'm just curious. Did she mean by that did someone give you that, give you the idea for that name? No. Life is, like to me, life is a never-ending saga. That's exactly the only thought that was put into it. I didn't steal it from Never-Ending Story. That's Tina's job.
You know that's one thing I don't, I guess it's, as you would call PSTD or something like that. I have that. When people yell at me belittling me.
I hate yelling.
That brings me to a different place. Like I shut down completely. It's
I get
like,
it.
Yeah, it's PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
and what did I say? PSTD?
You said you had to go pee-pee. Something like that. You're yelling. See, I don't think everybody realizes how bad yelling is for you, or people just yelling in general.
Mm-hmm.
It's disconcerting.
And can I just say, I yelled at her without raising my voice, so it was a joke.
Oh, well, me too.
I wasn't like, Susanna! No.
No. Yeah, see, Envel does the same thing. She shuts right down. Completely.
Most people do.
Yeah. And then they ask you, why aren't you talking? Excuse me? I'm having my conversation in my
Because
own
I'm
mind.
casting a spell with my significant other while my soulmate's sleeping. That's why.
I am so comfy. I got my blanket. Do you know that Tina put the fireplace on the other day for me?
Did you hang the dartboard?
No.
Bitch.
Right? I'm with Kevin on that one. Bitch.
Rhonda, take care of this. Rhonda's like the sniper squad. Rhonda, go take care of this, please.
I can't anymore. I'm just wasting my breath.
Hang the dartboard. It's going to become an issue.
We got off the green room one day together, and she told me, I'm putting the dartboard up today. She was all excited. I thought for sure the very next day she was going to tell me where she had it, and all is good.
And then she got distracted and said, ooh, piece of candy. And that was the end of the dartboard. Oh, she said, oh, I got to get to the bakery to get.
She was gung-ho and ready for it.
She had to go to the bakery to get artesian bread. You have artesian Excuse me, ma'am? You mean
It's not
artisan?
artesian, it's artisan.
We know that. Your words hit me like daggers, man. Listen, I'm at the point in life words don't affect me at all.
She does
They
have
really
a
don't.
sister. Her sister is nothing like her. Nothing.
That's common. Me and my sister are nothing alike.
No.
I don't have a sister.
I mean, nothing.
I got two that neither one of them are like me.
I have a brother. We're actually a lot alike.
I have 3 siblings, and I can tell you, I am nothing like them.
Are you the
No.
youngest one?
I'm the youngest.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Yep. Because I
Your
have.
parents' fuses were burnt out. You had no shot at that point.
Oh no, my parents were the strictest with me.
Of course, you had no shot because they all put them through the ringer, and then here comes Susanna. If you're not leaving the house.
Oh, my brother and sister hated me because of how different they raised me compared to them. But there's also
Rhonda strikes me as the wild one.
12 and 9 years difference between me and my brother and sister.
I have an older narcissistic sister.
I have more of the open mind. I grow at times. I understand more. I'm not saying that my siblings are not smart. I'm not saying I'm smarter than them. It's just I have more. I think I'm a lot nicer than they are.
It's okay to not be nice once in a while. Try it on. It's actually kind of fun.
Once again, I'm the black sheep. I have a more open mind than both my brother and sister.
Yeah.
I'm totally the black sheep.
Rhonda strikes me as being a handful. But not in such a real terrible way. Just a handful.
I have someone, my family, my sister, they are in church every single Sunday. They are, they give out the Eucharist, her and her husband. And she speaks all these holy words and this and that, and I don't believe in this and I don't believe in that, and I'm better. But you know something? She's the one that's in church, and she's the one that's saying, "Oh, look at the way that one's dressed," or "Do you understand? Oh my God, do you know what happened to her marriage? Or do you know what her kids and this and that?" And it's like, what? Like,
oh, she's the laundromat woman.
I can't understand that. Like, why are you doing that? Why are you saying that? You're about forgiveness, and you're the worst person. You can't forgive anybody, or you're the one that's judging everybody in a horrible way. It's like, why? Why be that way?
Hi, Sandy.
I know. I keep rambling about me, and I'm sorry.
All right. Being an only child doesn't make you lucky. It makes you lonely.
I'm going to give you a warning, Susanna. If you keep saying you're sorry, someone's going to yell at you.
No.
And it ain't me. Just saying.
Yep.
Oh, that'd be Rhonda.
Yep.
Me too.
I get at her all the time. Don't I?
You do.
Stop apologizing.
Stop apologizing. Wonder Woman, Wendy, hey, honey. I know you've been here and I didn't get to say hi, hon. Mwah. I'm the youngest of 8. Oh my God, 8. We're all so different. I'm definitely the open-minded one out of the batch. Yep.
I'm the middle child, can't you tell?
Marsha.
Do you have the woes me?
No, I really don't.
But I'm not going to give up easily.
My older sister took on every definition of oldest, middle, and youngest.
Sandy.
Yeah, and my father was Canadian, and he was the biggest asshole I've ever met in my life.
I'm French Canadian.
He was German Canadian.
I spent a lot of my
We
summers
didn't like
in
each
Canada.
other.
Yep, I spent a lot of the summers there. My aunt was, she lived there. And Hamilton. But Kevin, you're a Canuck, right?
I'm French Canadian, apparently.
You're a
Irish and
Canuck.
French Canadian. No Bill. There's no Italian. So tired. of
That's
hearing
that
it.
New Yorker.
It's just New York. You haven't lived till you run into women who talk just like me, and you're like, what the hell? Da-da. But it's the state with the most beautiful women in the world. I'll fight anybody. Bring it on. Tell me one better. You just can't. Haha.
Nice.
In Hamilton, Ontario, fabulous.
I'm straight
Yeah.
Slovenian.
6 of us, but very different. 6 kids in 10 years. Many people think, oh, you must be so close, but we aren't. And very much apart.
I'll be right back.
So
Yeah.
6 kids.
And I don't believe like your sisters and brothers have to be blood. I know your blood, but you can have someone else and that you feel that bond that you're their sister. And there's so many people that don't believe in steps and stepsister, or stepmother, stepfather, and they don't believe them as steps, and it's so wrong.
Step ladder.
Step ladder.
We started talking out about witches, and then it's turned into
Charlie.
I don't know where it's going.
See, I have friends closer than my own siblings, and I bet you would consider them more your siblings. Yep. Mm.
She's number 46. All these people with 10
the hell
8
was that?
kids. That was the deviled egg lady.
I thought it's okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi, honey. How are you?
This is a different show. Different show.
Go ahead.
Sweetheart, you do not want to know what I thought that was.
Oh, well. Listen, is it all about the alphabet?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, no. She's still in Vegas time, so. And we had a lot of things to do last night, so we stayed up rather late.
That doesn't help your.
Yeah, I'm not getting off the hook, am I? Listen, I gotta try the bullshit, Rhonda. I don't get away with it, but I gotta try.
Hi, Sandy.
I haven't talked to your brother in 15 years. I went through a phase like that with my older sister because I just don't like narcissistic drama queens who are disingenuous. I don't have a use for them. It didn't bother me.
Mm.
I have this coldness streak that I'll just eliminate a person in a heartbeat and feel nothing. Nothing. Like I can
You
go
had
from.
you had said that in your interview that you can disassociate your feelings really fast.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy. I can, and there's.
It's warranted sometimes.
What was that?
It's warranted sometimes. It's
It
necessary.
is, and you know what? Sometimes it isn't. But I will go back when all the smoke clears after a year or two or whatever, and then reevaluate, saying,
Yes.
was I part of the problem? And actually, with one, I'll just say one person, I've eliminated tens of people, and recently, I've reaccepted somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Almost against my will. You ever do something against your will, but you're doing it to yourself against your will? Kind of fucked up, I know, but It's not like someone's making you do it against your will.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes, you know what? Maybe you maybe you were the problem. Maybe you brought that
Are
out.
we on the same channel right now?
Why? What's the matter?
With the
Oh,
person
you and
you're
me?
talking about? No, with the person you're talking about.
Oh. One yes and one it's a work in progress.
Gotcha.
Because I do have to compromise things I have heavy beliefs in. And you understand why, because, it was just
Yep.
things happen and inaccuracies were spoken about, and it was just made life. Sometimes people, and not purposely, listen, let's just leave the 2020 alone.
Yeah.
All I know is, never mind. Everything worked out for the best for everybody. That's all I can
Yes.
say.
Yeah.
And I'm no Sengali, just a decent human being. Susanna's casting spells. I could see it. Look at that. You see that symbol she's making with her hands? Good for you, Pixie Wixie. I would do anything for my younger sister, my older sister. I just can't. It'll never happen. I mean, that's a person who has carnage behind her.
So does anybody else have anything to say about witches? Was there anything?
No.
I mean, there's a lot that we didn't say. A lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hijacked your show.
No, you didn't. No.
It
Don't
was
say
already
that.
off on a different tangent.
Stop
nothing
saying
to do
you're
with that.
sorry.
Listen, to get yelled at by Rhonda means I'm getting attention and I need it. I'm not this badass you think I am. Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
I'll smack you like Casablanca.
Oh my God. You are so. You're a mush pot.
Don't say that.
What a who? A mush pot?
Mush pot.
A mush pot?
Hmm.
No, you see, that's my fear in life, not to be perceived as that. But I'm not beyond having. Sometimes people need someone to talk common sense into them that comes out of the blue and makes a fucking point. And then you got to backtrack and reevaluate, saying, you know what, they're right. Listen, it takes a bigger man to admit that they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, every time it takes a bigger man to admit that they're wrong.
Des has
No,
a
there's
question.
absolutely 100% a difference, Dixie.
Oh, don't get
Absolutely a difference.
boy.
Well-
Let's have that show one day, and that one I'll go off on because I know Computo, and I know John Edwards personally. I knew both of them, and I'll blow that whole fucking industry up in a heartbeat. Teresa Computo lived 2 blocks from me. You're talking about the biggest scam going. Please, don't get me started. You know the ones that are good at that, and listen, I'll let somebody tell you about what's I am inherently, not deeply, but I'm in part of that world because of things that I do and say and predict. And I've got many, 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 many witnesses, especially the one in the kitchen right now. And it has nothing to do with relationships. It has to do with, you just said that. I mean, things that happen nationally. So I resent people who call themselves that for financial gain.
Mm-hmm.
I think intuition's a huge part of a lot of stuff. I mean, you can feel the change in just your outward air, and just something out of the blue will come get you. You know. One day, the 3 of us, and I hate to be, but there's 4 of us, the 4 of us, and we'll get another person to join in. For me, not to tell you things that have happened just in the last year, and then I'll put you on with other people I know. But no, I want no way to go tapping into anything. I don't want none of that. Not that I don't fear it. It's just that it just makes you feel alive that you're not. If you're open to that, I think quite a few people should just believe in what they feel and intuition wise. But there's just some. Listen, when it's done to make money, it destroys, like any other industry, it destroys it. And that's become an industry, and it's that. I mean, come on. When Dionne Warwick was in a slump, she had called the psychic network at 2:00 in the morning, making $2 million a year. Seriously? Teresa Computer was an entertainer. She was nothing but an entertainer.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, yes, there's a difference between the two.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yes, there is.
I have a distinctive definition of both, but I'm not going to say it because we'll be here for another hour. But one of them's full of shit and the other one isn't. Rhonda's being awfully quiet, man. It's very unnerving.
Teresa, that medium.
Teresa Computer.
Yeah.
How'd you know I didn't have coffee? Thank you.
I'm not.
Whoa!
Now, it's for you.
Hello, Chief. It's Maxwell.
Hello.
I have to tell you, I believe in Sylvia Brown.
You want to send me money? Send me money over here.
I'm just the one
with an Amazon cut.
There are true mediums.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And there is a difference between a medium and a psychic.
What is it? I guess I'm not really clear on it.
A medium is a conduit.
Mm-hmm.
And a psychic is someone who is given information that they can predict things.
I agree. So why do they call themselves psychic mediums?
I don't know.
It's commercialism.
Yeah.
I would, I'll put it this way. If 7 people that I respect go to a psychic, I'll go to them. I'm not walking off the street to go to anybody. I'm not answering ad in the paper. If somebody tells me, and I can look them in the eye and you'll know whether they're fibbing you or exaggerating that this person did this, that, and the other thing, I will. Because I want that to be real to the depths of, I know it's real. I completely believe in it, but I think, help me out, Rhonda. I think it could be deeper, and I think everybody can get there.
Bye, Bobby.
I think we inherently try not to believe in things. Like, people who don't believe in UFOs, are you nuts? How much more do you need to see? Seriously, how much more? You want the alien to come knock on your door?
I believe in UFOs because I saw one. So
I believe in Bigfoot. I've seen him twice. Have anybody tell me I haven't? Both times in the Adirondacks. 5 miles north of Lake George.
I believe in Bigfoot. My daughter's boyfriend has a size 14, 15 foot, so he's a Bigfoot.
You're mocking Sasquatch?
Sasquatch.
You're going to pay the price.
Hey, I live almost next to Bridgewater. Bridgewater is known for Sasquatch. That was...
Well, that's a street gang. Bridgewater.
Bridgewater.
Rhonda's got them all around her where she lives.
Yeah.
Sure.
You don't believe?
Of course I believe.
Yes.
I believe in Santa Claus still.
I'm not surprised.
I heard him when I was a child. He was outside the door, and I heard him going to the 2nd floor and then came to our house, and then he left. My mother hid me in the bathroom while I heard him.
Well, that's disturbing. Santa Claus came in, and my mother hid me in the bathroom.
She didn't want me to see him.
Why was he there early?
It was so late. It was like 10:30 and 9.
Didn't she control when he came?
I guess he didn't give her the memo.
Oh, is that what you call it? He didn't give her the memo, so she had to hide you in the bathroom
Yes.
I could go off on this for a while. I'm going to stop. I think you actually believe that Santa was in your house.
I do.
Oh, my Lord. Help me.
I think, yeah, he was. He was there.
Was that the old trick? Santa Claus is real? The Easter Bunny told me?
Mhm. No, I didn't believe in the Easter Bunny. It was more Santa Claus that I believed. And I never believed in the Tooth Fairy. Never.
I never got paid, so.
That's the reason why. And my tooth was always under the pillow. Either my
Okay.
Tooth Fairy was a cheap bastard.
The Tooth Fairy is not actually a Tooth Fairy.
Oh, no.
What is it?
You elaborate, Cody.
I'm not scaring Susanna. That's on you, not me.
No, go ahead. You elaborate. I have to
I
make
want to
coffee.
know.
I can't do it to Susanna. I can't.
You need to tell me now. I don't know. Wait a minute. There's something I don't know about the Tooth Fairy. I want to know.
Not it.
Tooth Fairies leave, like, you do bank transfers on Cash App now. They don't have to come by.
The Tooth Fairy was someone who killed people and stole their teeth. They killed children and stole their teeth.
What? Get out of here.
Back in the day, they would actually take teeth that were loose and they would burn them, bury them, dispose of them quickly. Otherwise,
Yeah.
the Tooth Fairy would come and take your children.
I might blow your mind about this. You know about, Away in the Manger and Baby Jesus and the whole thing? Susanna? Yes? She's frozen.
Say it again?
You know all about, Jesus in the manger and Bethlehem and this and that. Yeah. Did you know the 3 wise men were murderers sent by King Herod to kill the baby Jesus? They weren't bringing gifts for a damn thing. Did you know that?
No.
Well, that's reality and that's true. But we twisted into a nice fairy tale, didn't we?
Guys, I just, honestly, I need to know. Are you guys fucking with me?
No. Look up King Herod.
Yep.
The 3 wise men with 3 people, what 3 men sent to, their job was to kill the baby Jesus. But they did not. But that's what, they weren't 3 wise men sent with gifts out of pure giving.
He was afraid of losing power.
I know before that he had sent out people to kill babies and stuff like that.
Yeah, men. Boys.
But I didn't know that the 3 wise men were part of that.
They were.
So what changed their mind?
Divine intervention?
Yeah. And then man changed the story to fit what they wanted. To turn them into nice people that came to bring gifts.
Yeah.
You have to remember, 700 years after Jesus died is when the Bible was written. And then it was translated and changed multiple times since then. So,
You have a sect of the Catholic religion. I don't know if you can call them Catholic Christian. You know the old lore that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he didn't exist.
mhm.
There's a whole sect and being taught that the greatest trick that the devil actually performed is that he wrote the Bible. Or her, or it. We can go. This is too late in the day for this.
Most of your fairy tales too did not start off as holly jolly, happy little fairy tales.
Most of your fairy
gruesome.
tales are very grim. The
Yeah.
true fairy tales are grim. They're
Very
not
grim.
this puppy dogs, tails and rainbows and butterflies.
They're more like the anti-Disney. The true.
True. Yeah, they're anti-Disney. Absolutely.
I'm devastated about the 3 wise men.
See, this is why I don't like to share things like that, and the tooth fairy thing, because Susanna gets so horrified.
Yeah.
Which is why Rhonda wanted me to do it.
I wasn't taking a tooth fairy bait either. And that's not even the grimmest of all.
Yeah, you don't want to know about Cinderella.
No.
See that it's something that we learn something every day, but Envil just said it. I'm crushed. I really am crushed.
Sorry.
No,
So
not
that guy coming down your chimney actually is a burglar. It's not Santa Claus, so
no.
well, everything
Yes.
is in.
More in oh my gosh, my mind just went blank. Give me a second.
I think we just broke Susanna.
Hey, it's not my fault. She said she wanted to know the truth, whether it hurts or not. So I tried to hold off, but she wouldn't let me.
I think I believe more. No, not I think. I believe more in Krampus than I do in Santa Claus.
What's Krampus?
Oh gosh.
Did you want Susanna? You can cut bait.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna destroy you. No.
I'm just gonna start
You
singing.
brought it up. This one's on you.
And whiskers on kittens. Are you getting better, Susanna?
No.
Bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens. Just keep believing that.
My stomach is turning.
My child. These are a few of my favorite things.
But you know what? There's other people out here that don't know either. So
Oh yeah, well.
I'm not feeling like a dumb fool. There's
No,
other
you shouldn't.
people too.
Who
A
said
lot of
you
people don't.
Because I'm feeling silly that I don't know this stuff and I'm supposed to know this stuff.
Oh no, we're not making fun of you. We're just 3 damaged people who had to go find out the truth about shit that didn't matter. But then it did matter when we found it out. That's all.
Good morning, Boatman.
Hi, Boatman. Boatman, can I go on your boat and sail away? Please.
Rhonda's now hiding. Rhonda.
Come get me, Boatman. I need to sail away into the sunset and look at pretty clouds and beautiful colors.
Okay, then Rhonda shouldn't tell you about that then.
No, now I need to know. I mean, if you're going to bring... What is your parents always say? If you want to know the truth, you have to ask. Well, my parents never told me the truth.
Go ahead, Rhonda. She muted again. She's like, nope.
I'm going to do what I need to do right now, so I'm going to mute myself. I will take myself off camera.
She's going pee-pee. She's going pee-pee. I told everybody.
So somebody tell me about Krampus or Grampus, whatever. Krampus. Okay? Do it.
Mm-mm.
Better do it, somebody.
So is everybody ready for Thanksgiving?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Thanksgiving.
That fraud holiday?
Let's talk about Monday.
What's Monday?
Monday. It's not Friday.
Let's talk about the true Monday holiday. Let's not talk about the fairy tale
that's
telling us for the past fucking century. Whatever.
The fraud that's been perpetrated as a whole.
Look, Cody went behind her. She's like, oh boy. Let's be real.
So nobody's going to tell me?
I would rather talk about fascists before getting into that hoax that was perpetrated on us. Some drunk guinea found fucking land and he got a holiday.
Oh, is it? Oh, are you talking about Thanksgiving?
No, that's a fraud too.
That's fraud too.
No, I know it is, but that's why I thought you were saying. I know
Columbus
that
Day is a fraud.
Columbus Day.
Yes,
is a fraud.
Columbus Day is a fraud. I know that.
So is Thanksgiving.
So are all the Christian holidays, if you think about it.
Hello, Boatman. All right, I'm going to make my coffee now. I'll be back.
Boatman, what did you miss? Oh, honey, a lot of things. I'm so devastated. Did you know about the 3 wise men? They were there to kill Jesus. I did not know that.
I did not know that.
Oh. So nobody's going to tell me about that other one? Krampus.
I spelled it in the chat so you can
I'm
look
going
at
to
it.
look it up.
Excuse me. And then we'll let her go read up about Lewis Carroll too. How about that?
Oh,
That'll
boy.
really put a nail in her coffin.
What the fuck is that?
Susanna, such language.
Did you have my naked pictures again? Don't put them away. They're embarrassing.
It's a folklore.
Well, isn't everything a folklore? Is this conversation even happening? Are we part of the time continuum? Was Lewis Carroll a child molester? Yes,
So
he was.
Krampus is the Grinch. Right?
Hi, Catherine Smart. It'll be okay.
No, it's not. At Freud, my Jim was born that day.
You know who I feared the most when I was a kid?
Excuse children who have misbehaved. Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Yeah. That someone wrote it in a book.
Just
So-
because someone was born on a day doesn't mean that the holiday is not a fraud. That didn't make any sense. I don't know, Catherine. Is the Bible true? Someone wrote that in a book too. All depends on what you believe.
I flip-flop with the Bible. I'm going to be honest. And I'm born and raised Catholic. I flip-flop. I'll come to an end game sooner or later. I have read it.
You've read the whole Bible?
The entire Bible? No. The abridged versions. And make sure, listen, if you read a book of that ilk, and people can say, there's no book of that ilk. Yeah, it is. It's a book. And it makes you sit back and think about what you just absorbed. That's a good book. Reading James Patterson's Alex Cross books doesn't make you sit back and go, So, and it's just like watching a really great movie. You watch it 10 times, and you notice something different each time.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on where your mindset and where you are in life, the Bible inherently affects you in a different way.
In a different way, right?
Do you know who Lewis Carroll is?
I have no idea.
Alice in Wonderland.
I know Alice in Wonderland, but I don't
Oh,
know who Lewis Carroll is.
He was the author. He was a big collector of child pornography and a molester. But we praise Alice in Wonderland. See, that's something that should be buried. Watch Alice in Wonderland with a real open mind, and then look at it as a complete metaphor, a visual metaphor, and it'll scare you. Just like, can't we just have? There is good out there.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
Everything.
I looked up Krampus.
Oh. So
He's the Grinch.
No, he's not the Grinch.
Larry's the Grinch. What's he trying to tell us, Rhonda?
He's Krampus. I'm going to call him Krampus from now on.
The Grinch
No.
didn't hate Christmas.
The
Grinch hated
Krampus
Christmas.
and Grinch are very different. And
Yep.
I remind you, the Grinch grew a heart and believed. He didn't not believe in Christmas. He didn't
He didn't
believe
like-
in the love.
That's correct.
Why is it so hard to accept love from others?
Because you don't love yourself.
That's a hard thing to say. I know it's true, Rhonda, but think about it. It's kind of hard because you kind of ride the slippery slope that if you love yourself, you're considered self-centered, selfish, and conceited and narcissistic. Because people don't know the proper definitions of all that either. It depends on where your path in life is. It depends on how your parents treated you and if they instilled that feeling of, unconditional, anything other than altruistic. And then sometimes you just think you admire and want somebody so badly, you just think, it's the deserving thing too. There's a lot to that. But Rhonda's right, inherently. In my opinion, Rhonda's correct. Took a lot to say that.
Like, I have no problem giving out love. I can give out love, but it's so hard to accept the love.
Because you don't want that person to disappoint you. How many times in life are you going to be disappointed? It don't have to be a romantic thing. It could just be like you really love a person to be in your life as a friend. And then what's going to happen is, my motto is expect nothing and never be disappointed. Because people just disappoint, period.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to disappoint somebody. And I'm going to disappoint somebody, or have. And Rhonda's going to disappoint somebody. The only people who don't disappoint anybody are narcissists. Because they've loved themselves a lot.
Yep.
Enfield is talking about trust. Trust is hard.
Trust is got to be. You see, I went down both paths at different points in my life, and now I'm back to my original path. Trust to me, when I was growing up, needed to be earned. Then I went through this period of, you know what, I can't do that. You're making people work too hard. Trust them right out of the chute and let them disappoint you, and that happens quite often. I'm back at the point where I just got done with a period of my life where I trust nobody, don't be disappointed. But sometimes you got to take poetic license on yourself and jump headfirst in and trust off the bat and expect the best out of something rather than wait for the other shoe to fall. Does that make any sense?
I have no problem trusting people. Like, I think I trust people very easily.
Mm-hmm.
I can answer that, Catherine. A child molester is worse than a murderer because their victim continues to live on with the pain and trauma of what they've done, as does everybody around them.
Oh, it's inherently worse. Neither are good. I mean,
yeah, neither one's good, but
it's like comparing an orange to a blood orange, not an apples to oranges.
Love the hearts. Thank you, Boatman.
A child molester could also turn a child into a monster themselves in different ways when they get older. Most child molesters were abused. Extremely high percentage.
Good morning and afternoon, Ken. Can you rent Ken for me, please?
What?
Ken?
Texas Finder, Texas. Treasure Finders. Oh my gosh. Treasure Finder, Texas.
Hold on.
What?
I got to put up my YouTube. Hold on.
Is that similar to the person that was the other day was just Treasure Finder? Did they change their name?
No. That's
It's
Ken. That's he's part of Big Barn.
Yeah, but he used to just be Treasure Finder, didn't he?
No, he was always Treasure Finder, Texas.
Oh, there's a treasure finder out there I've heard it's being not cool.
You've been sprinkled. Catherine says, I will never know what I could have been. I don't understand.
I will never know what I could have been because you weren't supposed to be what you could have.
Yeah, doesn't that suck, Rhonda?
Huh?
That's actually the truth. Doesn't it suck?
Yeah.
It does suck because I think you should be given 3 shots. I don't know where
There is
anything
no
is.
coulda, shoulda, woulda.
It just is.
You're here where you are because it's what you're supposed to be.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know what people don't know? If you made that left-hand turn, you could have been killed in a head-on accident. So just accept where you are.
Mm-hmm.
But you only know about when you have something bad happen or have an accident. You don't know how close you ever came to dying.
You cannot live in the coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's like looking in your rearview mirror while driving. You can't. You can't drive forward looking in your rearview mirror.
A Tesla can.
Or you're 10 minutes late and you're going on the highway, and 10 minutes, before someone got into an accident, you're like, that could have been me.
Yeah, so don't do a deep dive in that. You can absolutely drive yourself insane with thinking that. Listen, today as you sit there, you're exactly where you were supposed to be at this point in your life.
Yep.
Yep.
Unless you have 16 personalities like some of us, and you're at 16 different places right now. But apparently they kind of chased away 15 of them. You walk through life, you are looking through the glass, but there's no reflection. So Cody's exactly where she belongs now. Rhonda, and without a doubt I am. So pop goes the weasel.
Accept your journey.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you like who you are?
Who, me?
Yeah. I do.
Mhm.
Oh, thanks. You all like me. I feel like Sally Field.
No, I'm asking. Wait, I'm going to ask each individual.
Oh, I
Kevin,
wasn't just
do you like who you are?
Do I like? Yes.
Cody,
Yep.
Rhonda.
Absolutely.
Wow. Is that in the dictionary now?
Yes.
If it
Would you change anything about you?
Yeah, I regrow a leg.
What are you talking about? Is your makeup as a person?
But
Every
personality
Every
wise,
person should absolutely answer that yes, because we are on a constant journey.
Yeah.
It's a constant change. It's a constant evolving. It's a constant learning. You can't be stagnant. If you're okay with being stagnant, then there's a problem.
I love the fact that I'm so open-minded and willing to learn and grow.
Looking through the glass. Well, you know what? Rhonda's right, because what happens to stagnant water? It goes bad.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to a shark when it stops swimming? It dies.
not nurse sharks.
Is eBay even open this week? Jesus Lord. I think they found out I'm cheating on them with other places.
Would you go back in time?
No.
Oh God, without a doubt.
Oh, of course.
You would?
What?
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I would love to. However,
Oh,
I don't think I. That's such a rabbit hole.
yeah. It is that Zach, we could set up for an appointment for one day and have a 4-hour live.
We're almost at that now.
Well, yeah. I get it, yeah.
See, it's the thing. If I were to change anything in my past, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's not that I want to change things. I wish of course, there's always that moment in you where you say, damn, had I just not done this, had I just done that, had I not stayed with that person, had I not, you always have those moments, but in reality, one little change causes a huge ripple effect.
It does.
October 8th, 2021 at 1:27 p.m. You have Kevin, Susanna, Cody, and Rhonda on YouTube on a panel that 2 years ago, none of us knew each other at all. Now,
True.
if somebody told you then you'd be on the internet chatting with people you didn't know,
Mhm.
On YouTube?
and right on YouTube, that come from 4 completely different backgrounds, different walks of life, different orientations, everything. It couldn't be any different than what it is.
Mhm.
And not have an argument makes me wonder, why can't politicians just shut the fuck up and get along?
Right.
Right.
But yeah. And hopefully every one of these 4 people here learned something from
Aw.
those other 4 people, and I could inherently tell you that they all have,
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you.
except for you.
Yeah.
Last few years, I've
Just kidding.
been close to getting drugs
And I'm sure
and drugs and ranks.
it's really nice you guys give a little attention. And not to leave the people out in the chat, you know why they're around? Because they're getting something out of this. And don't have people say, oh, I guess they're bored. No, I guess no. There's 25 people here that are interested in what's being discussed, and they're being paid attention to in the chat. We're arguing with other chats where no matter what the topic is, no one knows they exist.
Yeah.
So it's all about acceptance, and
Uh-huh.
let's go back to that. Well, I'm not going to go back to that.
Yeah.
So just turn the clock back 2 years. And everybody's journey has changed in those 2 years.
Oh,
All
yeah.
4 of us.
Definitely.
But it feels like it hasn't. But it has. And it will tomorrow.
I gotta answer the phone call. I'll be right back.
I think she takes bets.
Rhonda, you're not muted.
Rhonda,
honey.
you're not muted.
I'll mute her.
Somebody call her quick.
Yeah.
The last thing I want is anybody's personal business out there.
Never
Looking
mind.
at you through-
I
Yeah,
was just
next-
mute you.
looking through that lens. Yeah, who'd they take? The Knicks +4? She's a bookie, I know it. I'll get to the bottom of this Rhonda person.
Huh?
It's not even a real name.
You were going to answer the phone and you weren't muted. I was just going to mute you.
No, I unmuted myself. I muted,
Oh.
and it turned out to be a pre-recorded stupid ish.
There was a reason for COVID.
Oof. Yeah, I know, but I find it hard to accept that there's a reason for anything that's inherently
Destructive.
catastrophic.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know what? It's just because it's not the locust or the plague or this and that. It's you can read biblical into this in a heartbeat if you want to.
I
don't
won't.
want to. I don't want to either.
Yeah, reading biblical is really not my thing.
Definitely not.
What about reading in a biblioteca? Would you ever do that?
Biblioteca.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that is, Cody?
Yeah, it's a book.
No, it's a Spanish library.
No.
It's Portuguese.
Listen, nobody really accepts you as being Spanish. You're Italian. We all think you're Italian. I had to deal with that shit. So are you.
I'm not Spanish. I'm Portuguese.
Portuguese. What
It's a
holiday do you have?
fiesta.
How many holidays do you have?
How many holidays?
Mhm.
With all our feasts in the summer?
No. Feast. Stuff in your face full of greasy food isn't a holiday.
I'm not
That's a
talking about.
festival. That's a festival.
The Portuguese feast.
Festival.
We don't look at it as a feast. It's a holiday. So there's many of them.
So when you have a barbecue, it's a holiday?
No, a feast doesn't mean feast of.
Just say none. You don't have any.
Yes, we do. We have St. Michael's Day. We have St. Maria.
Oh, okay. You keep going.
There's a lot.
Everything is a saint. What does that tell you about Portugal? Seriously, I'm not being derisive. I
My
had a
kids
point.
have Portuguese.
Portuguese.
Well,
You're
part
Portuguese too?
Portuguese. My younger two Their grandparents were Polish and Portuguese.
And Rhonda's like, I forget what you said. Saline solution.
F you. Slovenian.
See, now I gotta look that up because I love the fact that I never heard of that till the other day.
You never heard
Slovenia?
of Slovenia? Well, now you have.
Slovenian.
She FU'd me.
She did.
Well, you called me saline solution.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I just like kind of make the narrative fit what I don't know. Saline. Yeah.
See, Enfield said biblioteca is French. Now, if you
It's
take
not
the name
French.
biblioteca, no, it's Latin.
It's Latin.
Biblioteca. That's why it's known throughout Europe. Biblioteca is library.
Yeah. Where did I lose you? How do you spell Selenian?
Slovenia.
Oh, hold on a second. I know how to spell that. You were saying Selenian.
No, she wasn't.
Slovenian.
Say it again, Rhonda.
Slovenian. I'm Slovenian.
I never heard the V out of your mouth. Wow, that's hilarious.
Slovenian.
I've heard
I
many
know what
times.
Slavic
From
people
Slovenia.
are.
I've heard V come out of her mouth many, many, many times.
No, I'm not hearing it. I know what Slovenian is. Jeez, for Christmas. I thought she was. That's why I said I'd never heard of it. I thought you were saying Selenian.
No, Slovenian.
That makes perfect sense now.
Formerly known as Yugoslavia.
No, I get it. I get it.
I had someone
Kind of
from
crazy. I was Yugoslavian until I was like 8 years old.
You know, look at that. Forget all that stuff.
It's freaky.
I had someone from Czechoslovakia deported.
Oh, Jesus.
Where the hell did that come from?
It was an Akia. I don't know.
Listen, a lot of people get Slovenians and Czechoslovakians confused.
Well,
Well, I doubt that I would have busted you for shoplifting while you were on a work visa, Rhonda. So
No.
that's why she got deported.
There is no A in French. Bibliothèque. Bibliothèque.
what?
Huh?
Enfield, she's writing in the chat. There is no A in French for bibliothèque. The way they write it, that's what she's saying.
Oh,
It's a Latin word, so
I'm sorry, but biblioteca is Spanish.
no, it's
It's
Latin.
spelled Biblioteka.
It's Latin. It's not Spanish. It's Latin.
Well, the language that I know that I learned it in was Spanish.
Biblioteca origin.
Oh, origin? I don't care about the origin. I know in every Spanish country in the world, it's the library.
Okay, biblioteca is in Italian. Feminine is bibliotech. It's
So
a
they
Greek
have
word.
feminine.
Actually, it's Greek.
Oh, so it's a slut word. It's one
But
of
it
those
all
slutty
comes
words.
from the Latin.
Okay. And are Latinos Spanish or not?
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus.
And the language in which biblioteca is from is Spanish.
Oh, thank you. Have a nice day. Cha-ching. No sale.
So it's one of those things that it depending
Right.
on
It's from 9 countries.
your
and they can't
beliefs
figure out
and
where.
where you are, and that's where you come up with it.
Yeah.
That's the feminine, and Bill.
Oh, well. What are you trying to say?
The masculine is biblioteca.
What are you trying to say?
So they have libraries for men and have libraries for women.
No,
Oh my God, no.
No.
Yes, they do. So why do you have?
Wow, we need a whole.
feminine?
We got to redo you as a whole person one day.
Why do you
You
have
told a lot of
feminine
bad
way
stuff
to
that
say
ain't
it
that ain't
and a
correct.
masculine way to say it?
Because that's what they do in other languages.
Yeah. French, Spanish, all of those, they do a feminine and a masculine form of words.
We do too, though.
Do you
Yeah.
understand that the only
Her,
point I made was
him.
like biblioteca was Spanish for the word library, and of course every language is going to have their own spelling of it,
Yeah,
and every language is going to claim ownership of that spelling, which they're entitled to.
absolutely.
Well,
The
of course.
origin of the word is Spanish.
Yeah.
So
American,
everybody's right, and if not for the quarantine of the pandemic, YouTube as we know it today we would not have. What do you think? I don't know. Let me go to the biblioteca and look that up.
Oh,
you
man.
no, you can't. Kevin, you have to go to the library, the biblioteca, at the library. You can't just go look it up right now because you're not in a library.
I was saying I was going to the biblioteca
Okay.
to look up what Catherine
To
said.
answer your question, Catherine, yes, it would still be as we know it today because it was here before the quarantine. And they were doing this before the quarantine.
We just found it during the quarantine.
Yeah, exactly. It was already a thing, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here.
See, good things came out of COVID.
Susanna, a good example of words that are feminized and masculinized is amiga and amigo.
Right.
They both-
Amiga is
Chica,
a female friend, and amig, we say
Amigo.
amig.
The
Is
whole
amigo.
Spanish language has one or the other.
yes.
Yeah.
Every word has got male and female connotations.
Yeah.
Yes. And you only use the female when speaking to an actual female.
Right.
Otherwise, is it plural, you have to use the masculine form.
So
And
here,
Enville's peeing herself, everybody, in case you want to know.
so in America, we just say friends.
This
Right.
America.
As do they.
No, in America we say, what's a library? I Google it. What's a library? What is that? What is that place? What do you call a library?
A biblioteca.
Books? What are books?
I love books.
Chica and Chico.
I love books. I just don't like to read them.
I love reading.
Books are awesome.
Wanda, did you open up the package I sent you?
There's a lot of jokes there. I'm going to let them go. A lot.
The last package I got from you was the one with the doll.
That was it? Where's the book? Don't I have? I think I sent you one. Oh no, it's still right there.
He's getting ready to yell at me.
I sent you this box that's sitting right here. Why don't you have it?
Right.
Why didn't you tell me you didn't get it?
I'm not
Passive
good in
aggressive
English or
leaving.
French, so
What do you want, Macari?
I'm
Does
very
anybody else have Macari?
Listen, I'm known as the hoarder of boxes. I admit to it.
sweet.
The thing is, though, the boxes I'm hoarding are the ones I bought. Packages that are sent to me as gifts, I open right away.
Mm-hmm.
Unless my son put his hands on them and put them somewhere in a pile they weren't supposed to be. Otherwise, yes, I open them.
Well,
Right.
you know, when you start stacking boxes on his bed, you got a problem.
Yeah. That only happens when we're organizing.
Wow. She does have one of every necklace ever made. That I do know. And she's got
That was
biggest
only one
stones.
box, Kevin. That's only one box.
And I can't imagine how many stones she's got.
Oh my god. I have so many.
She could sketch rocks for about a month with all the stones she's got.
I can't get into stones.
Me neither.
It's not your thing, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Not my bag, man. To me, pretty rocks are in rough form on the ground, not polished.
The other day I got
Hold on, not all not all of them are polished. I have plenty of raw. I actually prefer
Ooh,
them
what a good word, raw.
polished.
That's a great word for that.
The other day I got amber and I got so mad because I thought it was plastic.
Amber's not a stone.
I know. Now I know.
Yeah, she didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I until you brought it up the other day when you said amber wasn't a stone. So there you go. No, actually, I did. I think it's incredible what it turns into. Just think of how old it is.
Yeah. It's awesomeness. Just like trilobites and ammonites
And
Vegemite.
bitamolites, canites, denites, phenites.
And bibidite. And when you leave in the house, you say, I'll see you later, ite.
No, no, you got to go to the bibliotecaites.
You don't know what's, you never heard of a see you later, ite?
I.
Ite?
Ite.
It's tree sap, Emble. It's fossilized tree sap. Usually from evergreen trees.
Yes.
The funny thing about honey, does anybody know what the weird thing about honey is?
What?
It never goes bad.
Not true, honey. No.
I knew that.
Oh, that stuff you
Processed
buy in the
bullshit
market.
does,
Yeah. That
Did you just-
supermarket stuff is
Rhonda, did you just say not true honey, meaning honey as in him, or it's not true honey?
huh?
Huh? I was talking about honey. Actual honey.
Oh,
I was calling Rhonda honey.
I didn't know if you were calling him honey, like it's not true, like Kevin, honey.
Yeah, we have a secret love affair.
Yeah. Oh, this again?
I call everybody dear and love and beautiful, and it's not because I have a sexual affair with them.
Oh, then you're not part of YouTube. Emville Exter wanted to know if amber was honey. And
No.
Cody said, no, it's sap. And now then I lost complete control of the conversation there. I didn't know where. Oh, shh.
Anna wants to know.
Sap and honey are not the same thing.
Well,
Oh, gosh,
Anna
no.
wants to know now. A good question. How many stores are there?
What are you talking about?
Where?
Well, that's what she's asking. How many stores are there? How many stores are there in the world?
In the world.
I
Yeah.
think you need to be a little more precise
I
there,
need
Anna.
to know why they care before I even try to figure that out. Shh, Larry's here.
Siri, how many stores are
Oh
there in the
my
world?
gosh. Siri doesn't know, and Siri's going to be
Here's what I found.
hold on.
She didn't even want to give you a short answer. How many stores are there? I think stones are there. She meant to say stones, I bet.
Well,
Oh,
counting
that's
those is
another
just-
endless count.
yeah. That's stores or stones. The answer is the same. Who the hell knows?
So many, I can never tell you.
Yeah.
I'm still on the search for. I'll be there in a minute. It's got to exist.
Learning stones is a lifelong process. You will never know them all.
So you meant stones, right, Anna? Who let Larry back?
Siri,
I
how
gotta-
many
I gotta go.
stones are there in the world?
Again,
There's 4 Rolling Stones. Let me
Stop
name them for you.
9.4 times 10 to the 23 stone.
Okay, thank you for letting me know that because I have no freaking clue what you just said to me. You're as clueless as I am.
How do you
Siri.
feel about arguing with a speaker?
Are you smart?
My aim is to be intelligent and helpful. It's more of a journey than a destination.
exactly.
Ask her if she's recording you.
Siri, are you recording me?
I respect your privacy and only listen when you're talking to me. You can learn about Apple's approach to privacy
Oh,
on
shut up. You're no fun.
Siri, are you telling the government what I do every day?
Siri, do you tell the government what I do every day?
Oh my God.
I don't have an answer for that. Is
Yeah,
that
of course not.
something I can help with?
I guess you
Susanna, the
must.
worst thing you could do is release me and Rhonda on your little Alexa thing there, and Siri. There's 1,045,422.
That's not nice.
Retail establishments in the United
There's
States.
more than that. That's retail.
How about wholesale, Larry? Look up wholesale.
There's that in New York City alone. There's more than that in New York City alone. Shit.
So, Larry,
Hey, do you know that I got 9 thumbs down?
well,
That's okay.
Susanna, do you know you shouldn't discuss it?
oh, you got 10
in your
now.
life?
There you go. That's all right.
So you got 3 because of yourself, you got 3 because of me, and you got 3 because of Cody. Because Rhonda walks on water, apparently.
You got 8 because of me, 1 because of Kevin, and 1 because of Cody.
Oh no. I for myself, I get a lot too, so it's okay. It's
Don't
okay.
try your eye.
Not everybody's gonna like everyone, so.
One thing you don't do, though, is talk about it while you're alive.
Oh no.
Yeah, no.
Nah, because then they'll lurk and then they call their friend and say, hey, come over here and thumbs down this person because I have low self-esteem. Okay.
As soon as you said something, you got another thumb down.
Did I?
Maybe you should be quiet. Yes, I go. You gotta go to the internet to find
And all those
out
people
what-
that put thumbs down because they don't believe in witches, or they're mad because we don't believe in God as the superior whatever. And then there's the haters.
Haters again. They hate. Didn't Taylor Swift write a song about YouTube?
Well, I believe in God.
Yes, Larry. It's the internet. It's always right.
Google Goose knows everything.
Everything in Google is
I'm
right.
falling asleep.
I think Google's hitting about a 70% max of their accuracy. I'm probably being very liberal. Okay, who's playing with their stuffed toy?
It's not just a toy. That's my cat.
I'm going to find out what she's doing. Who's doing?
It's my noisemaker.
We probably
Really?
went about 2 hours too long.
We did.
Let me see. How long have you been on? Since
Almost
10?
4 hours.
Almost 4 hours.
It's completely my fault. If I didn't come on here, you guys would be having a day. And I don't care if it's my fault. Screw all you guys.
Right.
Screw you too.
I need attention.
The moment we stopped talking about witches and started talking about other stuff, we should have ended it.
Wow. That's exactly when I showed up. Now I'm gonna have to go
Not
on.
you.
I'm gonna have to go underground for a month now.
No. Get off. Conversation had already gone left.
Shh, don't let him on the panel. That's correct, Larry. Every time you have a question, you'll ask the people on the panel. They're smarter than Google, especially me. I kid. Let's get rid of these people. I'm not talking anymore. Let me believe I'm not here.
So-
Put my microphone off.
I just saw something, right? This is.
It's saw, not SAR.
I just saw something. Saw, whatever.
I just love
And
messing.
this really, really irritates me.
What hurts?
Uh-oh.
Really, it's got nothing to do with YouTube. Nobody on YouTube, nothing. This is in my own personal life. I just saw something and I cannot take fakeness, right?
Jeez,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Okay.
So, a person that means the world to me, in my heart, her mom passed away.
Ooh.
She passed away yesterday.
Sorry.
And that's why I wasn't on YouTube yesterday. I didn't do anything. They posted something.
Oh, yeah. I knew you were going to come to this. F Facebook, okay?
Oh,
And then
Facebook?
someone from my family who has known that this person has been going through so much has never once asked me in this whole year how this person was doing. Never. But yet goes on Facebook
Mm-hmm.
and writes this thing saying, my condolences, I'm so sorry,
Mhm.
and oh my God, and da-da-da-da, back and forth.
It's for the book.
Can I ask you a
That-
question?
Oh, that drives me immensely,
Yes.
immensely.
Yes.
But why?
Facebook has their own narcissistic society. Can I ask
And I
you a
don't know,
question?
I don't even know why I went to go look. Why? Why did I go look?
Apparently I can't. Was it male or female?
Female.
Well, it usually is. Men
And
don't ca- men-
I'll
because men
call her
don't
right
care
out. I'll
type
call her right
anything.
out. And if she watches this, it was my sister.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I knew
My
that.
sister never asked me how this woman was doing or anything about her, right?
And why do you think she put comments on there? It has nothing to do with it being your sister. It's for her own attention. She's using somebody else's tragedy for her own attention to make her seem like she's better than what she is. And you know the truth, so you should feel confident, not upset about it.
Yeah.
Laugh it off, man. That's what I mean. Expect nothing from people and don't be disappointed. You know the truth and you can grin knowing the truth. And no one's going to remember she made those comments tomorrow because you don't really absorb YouTube in your real brain. It's always said everyone's children they're fantastic. They had a better vacation than you. They know a better restaurant than you go to. It's a contest of silliness. Look at my meal. I could beat your meal and not leave the house. Susanna, you frozen. Wow.
Yeah.
She gets still when it really looks
Yeah,
like she's
she
frozen,
does.
man. That's criminal activity right there. Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go. I'll come on and flash.
I dare you.
Oh, don't dare me. Let me see if my record player is working. And I'll sing this. I'll sing the disco version of Twilight Zone. Hey Larry, come do it with me. Larry showed us his nipples again last week. I told on you, Larry. Well, you're threatening to kill me. I'll show my nipple. Choo. Whose train is it? It's got to be Rhonda's train.
Rhonda's.
Susanna, let it fucking go or I'll troll you for a week. What are you doing? You got to come on the panel and show us your nipple right now. Bring your cat, your beer, and your hat. And make sure the side door is open. Everybody be quiet. This is my lovely time of the day. I love Rhonda's train. This the engine. Oh, it was a little one.
It's a train full of trains.
I have
do
to highlight
that?
this right here. Catherine, thank you.
Choo.
Thank you for that.
Choo.
Yep.
I would give you a hug, Susanna, but I don't want your lipstick getting on my collar and then I get in trouble.
No, Lovey. No.
Honey, I would be, you would so not be in trouble with me. I could give you kisses all over the face. And when I first meet you, and I'm going to, and you'll never get in trouble because
I have to bring a witness. I won't be alone.
No.
I'll be with someone from your neck of the woods, so I'm in trouble right there alone.
People might say that I flirt and stuff. I never look at as it.
What's wrong with this?
I don't.
There's nothing wrong with that. But what the problem is when someone hears it hearsay, it becomes a huge fucking problem, which I'll never understand. Thank you. Oh God.
Like, how does someone feel that they're being flirted with? Because I have never felt like someone's ever flirted with me. Because
You're like me. You're like me. You're oblivious because I'm oblivious to it too. And then I get told, you know what? I'm like, I go, no, they're just being nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Like,
inherently
real
do
thing.
believe to this day that everybody, is. I know better, but I need to believe it, or else I would be grizzled. That at some point that everybody has some niceness to them somewhere,
Mhm.
and I get proven wrong constantly. But I'm not giving that fight up until you weed out everybody who isn't, and then you're gonna have a nice last 20 years of your life with. No matter who calls you or who comes by, you want to see them rather than all the crap like your Facebook poster. Or whether it be a relative or not, you're better off keeping your distance.
Yep.
Boy, how I put that in a nice little box with a bow.
I opened it up. Got it. Thank you.
And it said,
The wind.
blow all the crap out of your life.
And what
Sometimes there's collateral damage and people you don't want to go with them. Well, you know what? That tells you they have a personality defect. Let them go with them. It's who gives a fuck time in my life.
Sorry, I'm falling asleep.
Then go to bed, you up all night, drunk, cigarette smoking alcoholic.
She's a
I
partier.
was drunk.
I say, no, I didn't, because I was up really, really late until early in the morning. Went to bed at that time and got up where breakfast came and went. I was sleeping during those hours. Well, I got up for Larry and I set my alarm and said, I can't hang out, but I'll just say hello. And then I got up for Victoria, put a comment in, went back to sleep, and then got up I was listening to this to support because I was kind of flip-flopping, and then it got really, really super interesting.
I haven't had alcohol in over 3 years, so
Good.
I can't
Sometimes
afford
you need
it.
a glass of wine. You become bougie.
I can't afford it.
I was born in 68. Yes. Yep. This is funny right here. Thank you, honey. Thank you. You guys are still here. We are. We're still here, Donna.
They are. I'm gonna go because it's not right for me to fall asleep while on Susanna's panel.
She's gonna start snoring.
Your body's saying, lay down. Go lay down.
I've done that on my own show, fallen asleep and started snoring, so I don't want to do it on anybody else's.
How about this? Why don't you drop your link for your live tomorrow?
Because I haven't set it up yet.
Oh.
It's not like you don't do it every fucking Saturday.
I know.
Oops, she's gonna get kicked off the YouTube because of me.
No, because I'm not monetized.
How many people do you have?
I have.
Holy crap! You went from nobody to 368. You got more than me, and you've only been around. That's bullshit. I gotta start turning people against you.
I have 368 beautiful souls. I love it.
I have 225 now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I need to be a YouTube star. I know exactly where to go to become one.
Donna, what month? I mean, Info, what month in 68?
I bet you Enville's in November, I think.
Mwah.
Look, I ain't getting no hearts. What's up? That's bullshit.
I was born in 69.
You were born in 68 as well?
69.
69, yeah.
Yeah. In January.
January what?
22nd.
There you go.
I can't.
Because some of you people here, I don't see there on Saturday. Just get up and cold chill in her crib, man. Hopefully something will happen tonight that she's on a tirade tomorrow.
May 7th? Oh my God, Envo, I'm May 24th.
Oh my God, I'm neither one of those days. Isn't how weird?
Catherine, 1954, September the 22nd. That's awesome.
Really, it's so interesting. Yeah, I gotta go too. Oh,
Anna was born in
Thank you for
69.
having me on the show, Susanna.
No,
oh,
thank
good.
you for coming. And you definitely brought into my mind. And I like that. I really
You're
do.
welcome.
And I know more. So, and it's all about learning. So,
Yeah.
And there,
You should always learn at least one new thing every day.
I learned a lot today. I learned about Krampus. I've learned about the Tooth Fairy. I've learned about
I like to say you always learn something old every day.
These are the things she's focusing on. Her show was on witches, but these are what she's focusing on.
What
Yeah.
did Rhonda say?
Right. You learn
What?
something old every day.
Yeah. So basically,
only
we
new to
destroyed.
you.
To sum it up, we destroyed 4 holidays on Susanna.
Yeah.
We convinced her that half the world is child molesters.
Yep.
That people really don't like anybody from Boston. What else? No, just kidding. Listen, man, how could I?
And I've
argue?
learned about the 3 wise men.
I'm gonna take the blame for a shitty day.
Again,
now.
the show is about witches, and she's learning about everything that has something to do with witches.
I did say I learned about witches as well. I didn't know warlocks. It was just a kind of a Hollywood kind of name to it. And they're insulted called warlocks for males.
There is a factual basis on calling someone a warlock. It's just that's not what male witches are.
Right.
That's somebody who breaks their vows and their oath to their coven.
Is Harry Potter real?
No.
Yes.
Oh my
No.
God.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Don't say that. I love.
I knew she'd take the bait. Oh my God. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Great.
Hey, I was supposed to get that letter and I never got it. I think my mother, well, no, I was already older. So I think my ex-husband took the letter from me so I wouldn't go.
Where?
So Harry Potter only started a little while ago when the movies came out, not before. So if Harry
No,
Potter
it was before.
he only became when the movie started, not when you were a child.
I didn't know about Harry Potter when I was a child.
Oh my God, I can't.
I gotta go. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye, Cody. Why are you laughing? Nobody's talking to me. Kevin, why is she laughing?
I'm kind of stunned myself.
Why? Somebody in the chat explain.
Harry Potter only started to exist to you because some Hollywood diva made it so.
No, I read the books before the. I read the book before
Exactly. Some Hollywood diva made it so. So he didn't exist before that. If he's real,
he existed before the movie because I read the book. So
oh my God,
and it wasn't from Hollywood.
Okay, Lovey, I love you. You're so cute.
I really honestly I'm not getting what she's throwing down. I'm not picking it up, as Tina says.
Was the Mod Squad real?
The who?
The Mod Squad, were they real?
Who's the Mod Squad?
You do realize that Gilligan's Island was fake, right?
Yeah, I know Gilligan. Yeah.
Gilligan.
I don't know about Gilligan's Island. You know, Fantasy Island wasn't real, and Love Boat, they were fake too, you know.
Well, no, the Love Boat, didn't they have, they had boats back then.
Oh, boy.
Wanda, help me.
I can't.
Oh, Lord.
No,
love you, Susanna.
Didn't they turn around and made that because people were going on their cruises?
Susanna, Love Boat wasn't reality TV.
No, I know it wasn't reality TV. I know that. The Housewives are reality. TV.
Oh my! How did we get to that?
I love no.
I'm kidding.
I'm just like, no,
I'm kidding.
dude. I got not to get off the beaten path. I cannot believe. I'm absolutely. I got to tell you the funniest thing I've ever seen so far, and I got to admit it on YouTube, was Patrick Murphy selling. Oh, you get 3 packages of you know what rings for $12.
Cock rings?
Oh my God, I was on the floor. Everybody lost it, and he was like, "What?" Like it was a walk in the park. I freaking died. Yeah, I heard Rhonda fall off the chair. I never heard Rhonda laugh that hard. She laughs a lot.
Mhm.
Robin just turned her screen off and probably just muted and just was snorting like everyone else. And he was just like, it was not a big deal. Hey, you can get to look at this. Ooh, 38F. And with the bras, I was dying because someone said you got to watch this, and I went and they did. I'm like, that's going to be hard to beat. That's going to be hard to beat. The
Well,
timing.
he outdid himself from the last time. You didn't see the last time he was on.
No, the timing, probably just everything. It's sometimes you get perfect storms.
Yeah.
And now today was Susanna's perfect storm. We destroyed the next 2 months on her. Thanksgiving's fake, Halloween's fake, Christmas is fake. How you doing in January? What can we ruin there? But no, you enjoy the holidays as the best you can because the world has turned into something good. And when you can turn something bad into something good, that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Patrick Murphy was, oh my God. like nothing happened. And in case you lose them, you have 2 more packs. Who's losing them? I was dying. Yeah, you're leaving them out on the counter for everyone to see. Oh, what's that in your candy dish? Never mind. I mean, I think I was snoring out of my nose.
Okay, so I'm going to fess up to this. I really am.
Uh-oh.
You have those?
No.
Oh.
The first time I ever saw anything like that was on Late
My
Night
channel?
with Amber and you.
Yeah.
And I was watching, and I couldn't believe it because it looked like, honest to God, it looked like, those rubber bands that you put on your hair.
Oh, no.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh, but I can use that on my hair. That would be
Oh
really
my God.
I swear, I am not kidding. I am so not kidding. Well, and then I, was really catching on. The next day in the morning, I said, Tina, you got to watch this. She's like, what? I said, you need to watch this. So we're watching it.
Yes.
And I said to her, I says, I was going to get them. And she just quickly looked at me. She's like, what the fuck for? I was going to use them as ponytails. She's like, so.
Susanna, stick with the package at the dollar store,
I
please.
love it. I love how innocent she is.
I don't get it, man. How'd you make it through the rain?
How'd she make it through life?
That's what
I
I mean.
love how innocent she is.
She almost died. And I was like, and she goes, but you know what those are for? And I goes, I know now.
It would have been great if she didn't get to buy them because someone else did, and she went into CVS asking if they sold cock rings.
Yeah.
And then she called Tina. I've been handcuffed. Why? Apparently, I said something wrong. Oh, she's going to use them as scrunchies.
But if you think of it, they're perfect.
Oh
No,
my God! You're still
they're
trying
not
to sell
perfect.
this? No,
You cannot sell that to us.
no. This narrative is long gone.
You cannot sell
That
that.
ship sailed with the Love Boat.
But they stretch, don't they?
No,
stretch?
my
You're
love,
still
no.
trying. No, cha-ching, no sale. Oh my God.
Stop before you're ahead. No.
Oh my God, where'd you get these? These
Can
are
you
fabulous.
imagine?
I went to cockring.com. Ask for Patrick. He's got them. They're expensive, but they last long.
Oh my God. But the thing is, honestly, I was telling Tina, I says, imagine me not knowing what it was ended up buying something like that.
yeah, and you had them on the shelf in the
I was just
bathroom. Your
about to
kids
say,
come
you
to
should buy
visit,
them for
and
your
then
sister and give them
And then put 'em on my head.
that they were for your hair.
what's even better is you put it in the bathroom on the shelf, and your kids come over to visit, and they're staring at them, going, "What the fuck is going on here?" Those are scrunchies, Noma. They're not. But they probably.
But I-
Hilarious.
I did do one thing one time years and years ago. When I first got with Tina,
Why the quotes on that?
there was handcuffs, right? So
Oh, I don't even like where this is going.
my kids they always thought I was a prude or whatever. So I put them on the back of the bathroom door just as a joke, right? And the first person that went in there was
Sure.
my daughter's boyfriend. He goes into the bathroom. When he ever came out, he sits on the couch and he leans over and I'm watching him and he's telling my daughter something. And she nonchalantly gets up, goes into the bathroom, comes back out, and she's like beat red in the face. So I look at Tina and Tina's like, "What's wrong with Casey?" And I'm like, "I left the handcuffs in the bathroom at the back of the door." She's like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, it was all a joke. It wasn't for serious. I just wanted to see their reaction.
Sure, it
It was
was.
funny. Seriously, it was. It was all a joke.
Then why are the handcuffs in the house to begin with? We're all adults here. We understand. I'm not
But
falling.
that's what I was trying to say before. I imagine me not knowing, putting them on my hair as pigtails, walking around in the store.
Everyone's gonna call you
What would
dickhead.
people say about me?
What's up, dickhead? Why do you say that? You got cock rings in your hair. You got to come up with something else for a minute. You can't end it on this.
What do you mean?
It's a perfect ending.
Oh,
It's
it
a
is a perfect
ending.
ending.
All right, guys, we're gonna go on that note.
Oh, Lord.
Still
Have a great
cock
day,
ring
everyone.
ponytails. Guys, thank you so much for sticking around. It was awesome. Love you guys, and I hope you have a great, great day. Oh, just to let you know, next Friday I am not having not my circus, not my monkey. If somebody else wants to have it on their channel, absolutely.
Maybe I'll do it.
There you go. You do it. Do it.
I'm going to title it Susanna's Not Here.
There you go. Because I will be in New Jersey for the funeral. So
Oh,
I want to bid all of you a great
fun to do.
weekend. Oh, tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. I'm going to do an auction with Nikki tomorrow night on Nikki's channel. Rhonda, do you have anything coming up, honey?
One
Not
doesn't.
till
she?
Monday.
Not till Monday?
Oh.
Really?
Insomniacs is tomorrow night, y'all.
Yes!
I gotta
Insomniacs.
find something to do.
Lori and Robin are coming on. That's going to be cool.
Yes.
Oh, trust me, there'll be 10 people on that panel.
10 people.
Yeah, Insomniacs was everybody got to play.
Yeah, very true. Kevin, what else do you have coming? Anything? Don't answer that. I just put my foot in my mouth. Don't say it.
No, I'll let you slide.
Mhm.
Not this morning yet. Anyway, I don't know what today brings. It's already 2:00 and I completely blew this day off, which is terrible. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a live later. Depends on who's out there.
Awesome.
I tend to believe that not a lot of people are out there because if Rhonda said she's off, that means what matters to me isn't out there. So, and you got an auction today or tomorrow? You said
Tomorrow night.
tomorrow night. Okay.
It's going to be on Nikki's channel.
Pick Nick.
Pick a
Oh, that's
Nikki.
it. You got Cody tomorrow morning, and I don't know. Maybe I'll do something later, but I need to come up with a topic. I keep boring myself.
Do you want to do next Friday? Put a thumbnail out.
Well, I'll decide over the weekend because I don't want to confirm. I don't know what I'm doing next Friday. I need to find out what I'm doing next Friday because we were supposed to do something, but I don't think that something's being done. So I will know Monday, and you could put a thumbnail out if you want to.
Okay.
Or I don't do thumbnails. I just kind of just show up,
He does pop-ups.
Who does a pop-up?
just pop up, hot buttery pop, pop, pop.
Or if you can't, Rhonda, either one of you. Or both of you.
I don't commit to shit.
You don't commit
Basically,
to-
I just did what Rhonda said in a really nice way. We'll see. It's a good spot in the morning.
Next Friday is a long ways away.
Yeah,
It
it
is.
really is.
It is.
It is.